We'll start with segment 2, that is supply under GST. And what you need to do is that once each and every segment gets completed, you need to go to the index page of that chapter and you need to see that what are all the topics that is covered in this segment, and you will know whether you understood these things or not, so that it is like a quick recap. So what is GST? What is GST? It's a value added tax and it is levied on supply. Then how GST is formed? So we need to remember 4 points. All indirect taxes levied by central government in the past except customs duty got subsumed into GST, and customs duty is outside the ambit of GST, but additional customs duties got subsumed into GST, that is CVD and SCD, and even specified state indirect taxes levied in the past also got subsumed, but local authority taxes not subsumed. Then dual GST model means both central government and state government will parallelly levy. GST council means article 279A, so decision making body, constitutional authority, 33 members, central government 1/3 weight, state government 2/3 weight, okay, this. And what is the majority that is required? 75% majority, that is 3/4 majority that is required. Next we have types of GST. So CGST levied on intrastate, SGST levied on intrastate, UTGST levied on intrastate, IGST levied on interstate, and CGST by central government, UTGST by central government, IGST by central government, but SGST alone is by the state government. Then GST network, so it's like information technology infrastructure which will facilitate central government, state government, taxpayers and banks, etc. And GST network will do registration, returns, payment of taxes, e-way bill, those things. Constitutional provisions, 2 articles, Article 246 and Article 265, those 2 articles. Then goods outside the ambit of GST, petroleum products, that is alcoholic liquor for human consumption, and petroleum products. These 2 are considered as non-taxable supplies. Then input tax credit, that is GST paid on inward supply, can be availed as ITC and utilized for payment of GST on outward supply. Benefits of GST, that cities cameo, okay. So when you see this index page itself, you should be able to recollect what are all there inside that particular chapter. For that purpose I gave you index for each and every chapter, so that when you see this you are able to recollect. Super. Not able to recollect, turn that page and read it once, okay, so that it will help you for effective revision. Then look into next one, that is supply under GST, page number 7, section also 7, okay, and section 7 of CGST Act. We have only CGST Act provisions. So whenever I am referring to any section, that will be of CGST Act. IGST Act also we have few sections, only few sections. In one chapter only we will be coming across IGST sections, that is place of supply chapter. And until that place of supply chapter, all other sections will be of CGST Act only. And it is better to remember the section numbers, because what happens is that when you are presenting the answer, you need to start with the reference. Ensure that you are giving a 4-point approach for each and every application based question. Every application based question should contain these 4 points. Then only you can expect marks, full marks. Number 1, the first aspect that should be there is about the reference. Reference means we learn act, provisions or rules or some circulars, etc. So you need to write as per. For example, if it is a question related to supply, as per section 7 of CGST Act. So even the presentation will look so good when you are writing the section numbers. But sir, how can we remember the section numbers, sir? Remember pa, it's okay. Little bit effort it will be there, remember. Phone numbers and all you remember, no? Correct. And remember this, date of births you remember, no? When you like someone, you remember their date of births, etc. and all. Remember this also, make an effort, Definitely it will work out. And maybe so far you have not done that. Now you make an effort, definitely you will see the difference in your marks. So people will say that section numbers are not important and all like that. See, that is just to make students to feel happy. It is like you wanted to be happy. For that reason, I will tell something. So I will get more views, more likes, etc. See, he is telling everything which I like only. Is that important? Or I should tell you something which is useful for you for exam, which is important, useful for exam. End of the day, I should not tell something which you like. I should tell something which is really required. Agreed or not? People will tell section numbers and all don't remember, because they might not have remembered any section number for their exam, okay. And people will tell handwriting is not at all important. You write anything. Who will do evaluation? Will his grandfather will come and do evaluation? For doing evaluation, they should understand now what you have written. Already they are scanning your answer sheet. Have you ever seen your handwritten scanned after that image you have seen? Already it would have been blurred. You know that? You are writing something. Just take for example, you are writing something. Scan it and see it in the phone or laptop. You will know the difference. Whatever you have written versus whatever is visible there, it's not that clear. Already 20 to 30% gone. It become blur. On the top of that, your handwriting is so pathetic. How will they understand here? And we don't know what kind of frustration that evaluator will be having. Some issue with his wife or his in-laws, that and all, if he shows on our answer sheet, what will happen here? You got it or not? And therefore, for them it is very simple. For one paper they will get 100 rupees or 150 rupees like that. And number of papers into 150 rupees, happily they will correct and go. There is nothing like that called revaluation, re-evaluation, re-correction, all these things. This is another scam which ICA is doing, wherein we pay money, but they are not giving marks on that. I have never heard one student also telling me this many years that, sir, I applied for re-evaluation, I got 2 marks extra, because of which I cleared the exam. I never heard of this, trust me. So therefore, whatever you write, first itself, let's make an effort in that, okay. So reference, as per section 7 of CGST Act. Sir, section, I forgot, sir. Better, as per provisions of CGST Act, worst come scenario, okay. Number 2, provision. After giving the reference, you need to write the provision. Provision means what does the act says, what does the law says, what does the circular says, okay. So that should be written as a provision. And while writing this provision, we need to control ourselves, because we should not write too many things. We should be restricted to whatever really that is required for that question. For that question, supply means entire supply chapter we cannot write, na? And entire section 7 we cannot write. That particular question is related to one particular area, that alone we need to write. That is a provision. Number 3, discussion. Discussion means the given question should be connected to the provision and we need to explain. For example, they are giving one question, whether the activity is supply or not a supply. So for that, in the present case, the said activity involves consideration or does not involve consideration, etc. So like that, the explanation you are giving, your analysis, that is called as discussion. Finally, conclusion. Conclusion, every paragraph given in the question paper will have one requirement. You are required to determine so and so. You are required to determine the liability to pay GST. You are required to compute the input tax credit. Like that, one requirement will be there that you should put as a last line of the answer. Therefore, or conclusion, or hence, like that, you need to write that. This you follow for each and every application based question, and this is common in DT, IDT, audit, law. All these 4 papers, it is common. You get case study type questions, application based questions, you need to ensure you are writing this. So that's why section numbers play a major role. So that is why this 4-point approach you need to keep in mind. What are those 4 points? First, reference, provision, discussion, conclusion. Now we are right now into the section 7. Section 7 deals with supply under GST, 7 of CGST Act. In this 7, we have 4 parts. 7.1, which talks about includes. What are all the activities which are included in the meaning of supply is given in 7.1. 7.1a, classification of supply into goods or services. Once an activity becomes supply, we need to categorize into goods or services. Why? Because the rates will differ. For goods we have a different rate, for services we have a different rate. The provisions also differ. For goods we have different provisions, for services we have different provisions. So due to that reason, as the provisions will change between goods and services, and even the rates will change, once an activity becomes supply, then we need to divide into goods or services accordingly to check the rates, exemptions, provisions, etc. Then 7 subsection 2. 7 subsection 2 talks about exclusions. There are some activities which will never be treated as supply, that is excluded from supply, that is this 7 subsection 2. 7 subsection 3, once we classify an activity into goods, government is having power to reclassify it as supply of services. Once an activity is classified as supply of services, government is having power to reclassify it as goods. So that is this reclassification. But 7 subsection 3, they have not used so far. They have a power which they have not used. So practically the 7 subsection 3 is irrelevant, not effective at present. Okay, this 7 subsection 3 is, this 7 subsection 3 is not effective, not effective, not effective at present, not effective at present. Okay, central government on the recommendations of GST Council can notify supply of goods or supply of services and vice versa, but not effective at present, so you don't have to remember this. You remember only these 3, 7 subsection 1 inclusions and 7 subsection 2, that is exclusions, 7(1)(a) classification of supply into goods or services. And you can see here supply includes, we are starting with 7 subsection 1. What are the activities which will come under supply? 7 subsection 1, total 4 activities, 4 clauses are there, 7(1)(a), 7(1)(aa), 7(1)(b) and 7(1)(c, like that. Look into 7(1)(a). First one, any activity for consideration in the course or furtherance of business. So what are the 2 essential ingredients to become supply under the 7(1)(a)? Number 1, it should be for a consideration. Number 2, it should be in the course or furtherance of business. I am taking classes, it's an activity. Is it for consideration or without consideration? Without consideration. So will it come under 7(1)(a)? No, it will not come under 7(1)(a). Okay, without consideration only, na? By any chance did anyone collect that you attend this class, you have to pay this much, like that? No one, right? Excuse me, no one, right? Okay, because behind me, without knowing whether anyone collected some 10 rupees or 20 rupees, like that, I thought, okay, no one collected, good. And this is without consideration in the course or furtherance of business, yes, but one point is not satisfied, so it will not become supply. It's in the course or furtherance of business, of course, yes. This is my profession, yeah, this is my profession. I am a proud teacher, it is my profession. So therefore it is in the course or furtherance of business, but it is not for consideration, therefore it will not be coming under supply. Now, had it been a regular batch, I am taking a regular batch or some other classes for which I am getting fees, will it come under supply? Yes, it will be definitely be coming under supply, because it is activity for consideration in the course or furtherance of business. You sell a mobile in OLX, whether it is activity? Yes. Is it for consideration? Yes, but it will not come under supply. Why? Because it is not in the course or furtherance of business. That is about 7(1)(a). So almost all activities will come into 7(1)(a). If it is not for consideration or not in the course or furtherance of business, it will not come. Then there is something called as 7(1)(aa), that is any activity between a person other than individual and its members for a consideration. Who is person other than individual? So first person definition, if you see, individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, company, body corporate, LLP, local authority, government also. In income tax person, we have all this, but government is not a person under income tax, but in GST government is a person. So person other than individual, let's take HUF. Is HUF a person other than individual? Yes. Who are the members of HUF? The co-partners. And between HUF and the members of HUF, if there is any activity, same way, between firm and partners, between company and its shareholders, between AOP and its members, if there is any activity between them, that will come under 7(1)(aa). Why there is a need of separate clause? Won't it be covered under 7(1)(a) itself? No, it will not be covered under 7(1)(a) itself, because there is one Supreme Court judgment. As per that Supreme Court judgment, they are telling between an association and its members, there cannot be services. consequently service tax not payable. Like that one judgment came in 2019, but that judgment came when the GST law is prevailing. That judgment came for service tax, but it came in the year when GST is being implemented, 2019. For that reason, they have created this 71AA to nullify the judgment. Okay. Supreme Court judgment needs to be nullified. Needs to be nullified means what? They need to go against the Supreme Court decision. So what can they do? They should make the change in the law. Accordingly, here they have brought in this 71AA. What does this 71AA says? Any activity between a person other than individual and its members. So even though they both are same, association and members are one and the same, partnership firm and partners are one and the same, even though they are one and the same, but it will become supply if it is for a consideration. Can you give me an example of member that is other than individuals, person other than individual and its members? Any one example? Housing society, apartment owners association. In housing society or apartments, what will happen? There will be a association which will incur the common area expenses like lift maintenance, garden maintenance, water supply, power backup, security, etc. And in turn it will be recovered from the members in the form of maintenance charges. So that maintenance charges is consideration. So even though it is association and members are one and the same, but the activity will become supply under 71AA. Is it clear? Then one more example. There is a company which is providing services to its shareholder. A shareholder wanted to transfer the shares from his name to his wife's name. For that, the company will do the share transfer and collect a share transfer fees. It is between members and the company. So therefore, even though it is one and the same, but it will become supply under 71AA. Got it? What is the difference between 71A and 71AA? 71A is also for consideration. 71AA also for consideration. But 71A is between any person to any person. But 71AA is between any person other than individual and its members okay. And for 71A you can see in the course or furtherance of business, but that is missing in 71AA. So what does it mean? Definitely individual means only personal transaction. Why for other than individual there will be personal transaction? Because they use the word person other than individual. Everything will be business transactions only in a company, firm, etc. Why will there be personal for that? Because they are not human beings. So due to that reason, it will be by default in the course or furtherance of business, even though it is not separately given. Next, 71B. I want you to find the difference between 71A and 71B. Read 71B. Import of services for consideration, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. What is the difference you can find between 71A and 71B? 71A is in the course or furtherance of business, but 71B is whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. 71A is any activity, but 71B is import of services. Why import of goods is not given? Very good. It is a subject matter under customs. That's the reason why it is not given here. And next, here it should be like import of service for a consideration. Example we will see. You are subscribing for Netflix or Amazon Prime. Is it an import of service? Of course, yes, it's an import of service. And is it for consideration? Yes. For Netflix, some subscription charges is there, na, some 199 rupees or 299 like that we need to pay. So that is for consideration. Is it in the course or furtherance of your business? No, it's for your personal purpose. Even then it will become supply under 71B. Is it clear? Business, for example, I am purchasing or I am making payment to Google Drive for the purpose of getting Google Drive services. Is it clear? Because I'm into the sale of video lectures, etc. and all. For that I need Google Drive. So yearly we are paying around 10,000 rupees to 15,000 rupees for Google for the purpose of getting the cloud storage. So it's an import of service. For consideration, yes. Is it in the course or furtherance of my business? Yes. So whether or not in the course or furtherance of business, it will become supply under 71B. There is one more hidden point which you need to understand. 71A we see from the supplier point of view. That is, I am selling or I am providing services. From supplier point of view, we check in the course or furtherance of business. But 71B, we will not see from supplier point of view, we see from the recipient point of view. Okay. And this comparative differences I gave in the next page. Immediate next page you can see. Section, nature of supply, consideration, course or furtherance of business, point of view and coverage. Section 71A, what is the nature of supply? Any activity. Whether consideration is must? Yes. Should it be in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. And whose point of view? Supplier point of view. What is the coverage? Either goods or services. Understood? 71AA, any activity between person other than individual. Person other than individual is one phrase. Person other than individual means that is HUF, AOP, BOI, LLP, firm, body corporate, like that. Got it? And its members, the members of that person. And here also remaining things are constant. Consideration, course or furtherance of business. From whose point of view we need to see? Supplier point of view. And here also both goods and service are covered in this transaction. But 71B, 71B only import of service. So service is only covered, goods is not covered. For consideration, yes, it may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. And from whose point of view we need to see? From recipient point of view. Then next we need to understand what is the difference between tax and duty. Tax and duty, because if you remember the previous discussion, I told you customs duty, excise duty, then tax, sales tax, GST, goods and services tax, like that. What is the difference between tax and duty? Because definitely people will ask me this, like even they will ask you also the moment they come to know that you are doing CA, etc. and all. So everyone wanted to test us what to do. Not only ICI, everyone around us wanted to test. Okay, so it's like whenever I go to any marriage function, etc. and all, the moment they come to know, they will ask me what you are doing. I cannot say teacher, like that they will ask. So I cannot say teacher and all, but see, teaching is a very noble profession, agreed or not? Because we will stay like this only, but we are like ladders and above us everyone will climb and go. Am I right? And we are so happy about it. I am not talking about myself, every teacher, with due respect. So every teacher will be like that only, but students will be climbing, and some people after climbing, will remember the ladder, some people will forget the ladder. It's okay, but the ladder is ladder all the days, correct or not? But people will not understand. So when I say that CA or I'm doing tax classes, etc. like that, a tax consultancy, they will ask, they will test me. So capital gain, I transferred something of this sort, and how much capital gain tax will come? Some people who will be coming from abroad and all, they will be bringing some baggage and all. So in that they will bring one mobile or they will bring something, and they will tell, no, I brought this, and how much customs duty we need to pay? Why are you asking me? Already, people are testing me daily. Anything, you come to my office, pay fees, and I will tell them. So no free advice. But when you are a student, they will test you. They will ask, because some boomer uncles will be there and they will be asking you, so what is the difference between duty and tax? So we should tell some answer. What is that? Tax versus duty. Very good, sir. Irrespective of whether we are generating revenue or not, we need to pay customs duty. Good. And tax we need to pay only when we generate the revenue. Example, customs duty. I am importing, not for sale, but for my own purpose. Should I pay? Yes. That is customs duty. Excise duty. I manufacture, not for sale. I manufacture. Throw it in Bay of Bengal. Then also should I pay excise duty? Yes. Yes, I have to pay because it is on manufacture. That is the beauty of duty. Duty means whether you generate revenue or not generate revenue, you have to pay. But tax is not like that. Tax is only when you generate a revenue, you need to pay. For example, I am taking classes freely, no need to pay tax. I am giving goods freely, I don't have to pay sales tax. Are you understanding? If it is for revenue, that is for a consideration, then I need to pay. Is it clear? However, this difference is defeated in GST. In GST, there are some transactions, even though without consideration, we need to pay tax. Is it clear? Generally, by very nature, if we generate revenue only, we need to pay tax. But that is something which is defeated in GST, where they are telling there are 4 transactions, even though there is no consideration, you have to pay GST, but only 4 transactions. What are those 4 transactions? Remember this with a mnemonic: DRIP. D-R-I-P. D for disposal of business asset on which ITC has been availed. Disposal of business asset on which ITC has been availed. Usually lot of companies, what they do is that they will be purchasing laptops for their employees. They take ITC also on purchase of laptops. They use it for 2 years, 3 years, and they depreciate under income tax section 32. What is the rate of depreciation for laptop? 40%. So means it is like, so 40%, if they depreciate like first year 40, next year 40, 3 years like that, they will depreciate. It will have a nominal value now. 3 years, 40, 40, 40, lot of amount got depreciated. They will change the laptops. What they will do with the old laptops? They will be donating it to schools. They will be donating it to schools or some government schools or colleges, etc. They will be donating it. So that will be coming under disposal of business asset. Is it their business asset? Yes, it's their business asset. On which ITC avail? Yes. Now they gave it freely. Under CSR they will distribute. You understood? Or normally also they may distribute it freely. Now in this case it will become supply. Are they generating any consideration out of that? No, they are not generating any consideration out of that. Even then it will become supply. What is the agenda here? Why it is becoming supply? Because they enjoy the ITC. They enjoy the ITC. When the asset is not with you, how can you enjoy the ITC? So due to that reason only you need to pay GST. Understood the logic here? You enjoy, you purchase the asset and the ITC also you availed on that asset. Now the asset is with you? No. When the asset is not with you, how can you enjoy the ITC? So therefore pay GST. That is the idea behind it. Disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed. Now one more example. I am buying a car. On that car, ITC is not availed because cars are blocked credits. When we learn in input tax credit, there we will see there are some ineligible credits or blocked credits. Car is a block credit and we can take ITC with respect to the car. So I purchased a car. I did not take ITC and after that I sold that car. It will become supply under 7(1)(a), correct? Why it will become supply under 7(1)(a)? Activity, sale of car. For consideration, yes. In the course or furtherance of business? Yes. Yes, it's in the course or furtherance of business because it is purchased in my business and I sell that car. What if I donated that car freely to an orphanage or freely to a old age home? Will it become supply under 7(1)(c)? No. Why no? Because disposal of business asset. It is my business asset only. On which ITC avail? No, not avail. That's why it will not come under 7(1)(c). Understood here? D. Come on. What are the 4 activities which are covered under supply 7(1)(c) even though without consideration? D, R, I, P. D for disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed. Then R for related party transaction, including transaction between distinct persons. There are some related party transactions or transaction between distinct persons. Even though without consideration, that activity becomes supply between related parties. Who are related parties? Who are distinct persons? Subsequently we are going to discuss, but right now you remember this. Related party transaction including transaction between distinct person. I for import of services. So import of services by a person from a related person or establishment located outside India. What is the difference between this import of service versus this import of service? 7(1)(b) versus 7(1)(c). Both places we have import of service. Could you see that? 7(1)(b) import of service should be for consideration, but 7(1)(c) import of service will be without consideration. 7(1)(b) import of service can be from any person, but 7(1)(c) from a related person or another establishment located outside India. And P for principal agent transaction, but this is only in case of goods where the agent is acting on behalf of principal. So these are the 4 activities which are treated as supply even though without consideration. Okay, and let's try to understand little bit the details related to this. Next page you can see 7(1)(c). Whenever you are writing 7(1)(c), read with schedule 1. So there are total 3 schedules in GST. In CGST Act there are 3 schedules. Schedule 1, Schedule 2 and Schedule 3. Schedule 1 talks about list of activities which are treated as supply even though without consideration. Can you see that in the book? 7.1c. 7.1c is always read with schedule 1. Highlight that. 7.1c schedule 1. List of activities which are treated as supply even though without consideration. Then 7.1c list of activities. Schedule 2 section 7.1 capital A. What is 1 capital A? Classification of supply into goods or services. That is schedule 2. Highlight that. Schedule 2. 7.1a classification of goods in supply into goods or services. Then schedule 3 is activities which are excluded from supply. 7 subsection 2 list of activities which are excluded from supply. So that you can see there itself, 7 subsection 2 read with schedule 3 activities which are excluded from supply. So therefore in this what we have covered now is 7.1c read with schedule 1 DRIP. Now look into the next page. D. What is D? Disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed. Should it be for consideration? No. Remember, whenever there is no consideration, you need to refer to 7.1c. Whenever there is no C, C 7.1c. You understood? Whenever there is no C, that is no consideration, then only 7.1c will come. Is it clear? So these 4 activities will come only when there is no consideration. And should it be in the course or furtherance of business, that is the disposal of business asset, should it be in the course or furtherance of business? They did not specify. It may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. If you remember one example, I told you that the company is giving laptops, under CSR, corporate social responsibility, that is in the course or furtherance of business. But another example I told you that if it is given to an orphanage or old age home, that is not in the course or furtherance of business. Is it clear or not? So disposal of business asset may be in the course or furtherance of business, may not be in the course or furtherance of business, but only what you need to check is that, is it a business asset? ITC availed on that business asset? Is it disposed of? Got it? It may or may not be. And what is the coverage here? Goods, only goods. We don't have services, only goods, because business asset is not service. Business asset is only goods. And from whose point of view we need to see? Supplier point of view. Then R for related party transactions, including transaction between distinct persons. Correct? R for what? Related party transaction, including transaction between distinct person. Consideration, not necessary. Should it be in the course or furtherance of business? Of course, yes. From whose point of view? Supplier point of view. Coverage is both goods and services. Then I. What is this I here? Import of services from related person or another establishment located outside India. Is it for consideration? No. And should it be in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. Now you observe 7.1b import of service may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business, but 7.1c import of service should be in the course or furtherance of business. Example, say there is a holding company outside India and I have a subsidiary company in India, and subsidiary company and holding company are treated as related. Subsidiary company is importing some technology from holding company, and for which the subsidiary company is not at all paying any consideration. Is it clear? Now, is it supply or not a supply? It is supply. Why it is supply? Import of service from a related person. Yes or no? Is it for consideration? No. But is it in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. What is the intention behind making this transaction supply? Even though they are not paying anything for this technology to the holding company, but whatever profit that is made by the subsidiary company, out of that a percentage share belongs to the holding company. Indirectly the money is going to holding company in the form of profit share. Is it clear? For that reason they want to tax this transaction, even though there is no direct consideration, but they are telling it is supply, but only if it is from a related person. Okay. And it should be in the course or furtherance of business. From whose point of view? Recipient point of view. And what is the coverage? Coverage is services, only services. And wherever you can see import of service, there you see recipient point of view. In all other places supplier point of view only you need to check. Correct? Then P for principal agent transactions. In case of principal agent transactions, so only goods are covered. Services is not covered here, only goods. It should not be for consideration. And should it be in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. And from whose point of view we need to see? Supplier point of view. Understood this table? Got the clarity related to this? Now that is about 7.1c. What we have seen so far is the inclusions. Inclusions in the meaning of supply. So when we do the questions, you can apply that. You can apply to this point and arrive at the answers. Okay. Next, look into the meaning of related, because here if you observe, there are two important aspects that we have come across. In two places related meaning is there. Charge. So where is that meaning of related? You can see page number 16. Page number 16. I just simplified this time. What is the meaning of related? You can see there. So remember family scope. Remember family scope. That is the meaning of related. Okay. Meaning of related, family scope. Who are related? Family scope. Okay. Family, meaning of family. What is the meaning of family? You can see there, same page. Family means spouse and children, whether or not dependent, and parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters of the person, if they are wholly and mainly dependent on that person. So for me, my wife and my children are always family, whether they are dependent on me or not dependent on me. My brothers, my sisters and my parents, my grandparents, both sides, paternal as well as maternal, they are not treated as my family if they are not dependent on me. If they are dependent on me only, they will be treated as family. Is it clear? And so what we are learning right now? Related definition. Why are we learning related definition? In 7.1c, there are two activities. Between related parties, any transaction or import of service from a related person. For the sake of that, we are learning this. Okay. And if you observe this definition, whether in-laws are covered under family definition. Son-in-law, daughter-in-law, brother-in-law, no one is covered. In-laws are not covered. So father-in-law, mother-in-law also not family. Is it clear? Next, one more point also observe here. For me, my grandfather is covered under family. For me, my grandfather is covered under family if my grandfather is dependent on me. But for my grandfather, I am not covered under family. Correct? Yes or no? So because grandchildren is not given, only grandparents are given, but grandchildren is not given. I don't know how it will be. So how my grandfather is family to me, but for my grandfather I am not his family, but then I don't know whose family I am then. So therefore they created these two odd points. Be careful with respect to that, they can test this. Okay. Next, family scope. Yes, for sole selling agent. Sole selling agent will always be treated as related. Who is a sole selling agent? Sole means not S-O-U-L, S-O-L-E. One. Sole. Selling agent. I have only one agent and all the transaction will happen through that agent. Then that agent is a related person. Okay. Next, control. There are total 4 points in control. First point you see, common shareholder investment greater than or equals to 25%. Means what? There are two companies. For these two companies, there is a common shareholder. How much that common shareholder is holding? More than or equals to 25%. Example, A Limited and B Limited. Both the companies, I am the shareholder. I am holding 25% or more. Why they are treated as related? If any transaction that A Limited needs to make with B Limited, without my voting right, they cannot do. Correct? Because 25% is a substantial stake, and due to that reason, any transaction between them, definitely I will be an influential person. For that reason, it's a related party transaction. How will A Limited know that I have invested 25% or more in B Limited? Because under the Companies Act disclosure requirement, I need to disclose with every company where I have invested more than 25% or more with other companies. I have to disclose that. So with A Limited also I disclose that I have invested more than 25% in B Limited, and B Limited also I will disclose that I have invested 25% or more in A Limited. Is that clear? So first point, what is the mnemonic that you need to remember for related definition? Come on. Family, scope. Family, you know. Family was meaning spouse and children, whether or not dependent, brothers, sisters, parents, grandparents. If they are wholly and mainly dependent, okay, partly dependent, partly not dependent, like that and all we don't have. Dependent or not dependent, simple, you understood. Next, yes, yes, sole selling agent. Then C, control. In that control, first point, common shareholder holding investment greater than or equals to 25%. And next, investment greater than 50%, that is one company investing more than 50% in the other company, holding subsidiary. Is it clear? Holding subsidiary is always treated as related because of this point, investment greater than 50%. Then common control by a third person. What is this common control by a third person? Simple. There are two companies. These two companies are under the common control of a third person. You understood? Even though these two companies don't have any connection, but these two companies have the same parent company. Okay, simple pa. Two kids pa, same father, different mother. Related or not related? Same logic. Okay, so they both don't know anything. You understood? And this person is a playboy. He went and thrown seeds multiple places. But these two people belongs to the same father. Means are they related or not? Yes. Like that, two companies having the same parent company, and because of which these two companies are treated as related. That is the meaning of common control by a third person. Understood? Next, majority controlling a third person. Okay, so what is that majority controlling a third person? That is like two shareholders you take in a company, two shareholders you take. Cumulatively, those two shareholders are holding more than 50%. Now, those two shareholders are treated as related. There is a company here. In that company, there are two shareholders. Those two shareholders hold the major investment, means more than 50% of that company. Now, these two shareholders will be influencing the company, correct or not? That's why these two shareholders are treated as related. These are the 4 points. Common shareholder holding 25% or more, investment greater than 50%, common control by a third person, majority controlling a third person. This you can see above. I have given those points. Point number 4 you see, related to control. Already I gave the definition, but I just simplified the definition for you. So look into the point number 4. Whatever example I told you, it is there. What is that? A has invested 25% or more in X Limited and 25% or more in Y Limited. So two companies with a common shareholder holding 25% or more, yes or no? So therefore X Limited and Y Limited are treated as related. That is the first point I told you, that is common shareholder investing 25% or more. And second one, what is that? Investment more than 50%. One company investing more than 50%. One of them directly or indirectly control the another. What is the meaning of control here? Either investment greater than 50% or majority common board of directors. That is also control, correct? Say two companies having 4 board of directors, out of that 3 are common, then definitely majority common, so they are treated as related. Then next, controlling the operations. Listen, see, 5th point says one company should control the another. What is the meaning of control? Investment more than 50, that's normal, and majority common board of directors, that is also normal, you would have studied in Companies Act. Controlling the operations. Controlling the operations means I am not controlling the company through investment, I am not controlling the company through management, but I am controlling their operations. Means whatever they do, it will be, the day-to-day operations will be under my control. Example, Oyo, you know na, Oyo. What pa? Oyo room, you know, Oyo room. Oyo room. Definitely you will be knowing. How you will not know that? Definitely you will be knowing. Everyone will be knowing. Oyo rooms is so popular, na? And because they do lot of uncle's job, etc. and all. So therefore, this Oyo room is owned by Oyo. OYO hotels are there, a lot of OYO hotels we see. Whether it is owned by OYO, no, but they are operating it. You understood? I am not owning the hotel, but I am looking after the day-to-day operations of the hotel. Whatever revenue I generate, out of that, a percentage I give to the owner of the hotel. That is known as control by way of operations. Is it clear? Even though I have not invested anything, even though I am not investing in the management, I mean majority board of directors are not same, but as I am controlling their operations, definitely that will be coming under control. Is it clear? Next. So what are the 4 points in control? First point, common shareholder investment greater than or equal to 25%, then investment greater than 50%, then common control by a third person. See this 7th one. Together they directly indirectly control a third person. Sorry, 6th point, both of them are directly indirectly controlled by a third person. That is, X Limited is controlled by A Limited. Y Limited is also controlled by A Limited. They both are under the common control of A Limited. That's why they both are treated as related. That is this common control by third person. Then majority controlling a third person. That is, see this, majority controlling a third person means X Limited invested 28% in A Limited and Y Limited invested 30% in A Limited. Now together how much? 58, means more than 50, correct? So two shareholders. It is like, say there is one girls college and one boy will be going daily to that girls college to look at one girl Another boy will come from another college to look into the same girl in that same girls college Now that girl will not consider these two, will go with someone else but these two people will become friends. You understood or not? Clear? Clear? So like that, together they directly, indirectly control a third person. They both have common interest. What is that common interest? Company. You understood? Like that, X Limited invested 28% in A Limited and Y Limited invested 30% in A Limited. Together 30 and 28, if you see 58%, as both X Limited and Y Limited together control A Limited, they both are treated as related. Okay, I thought of giving one more example, but that won't be nice. That's why I did not give that. So, but you can understand. Okay. Then next, see this. SCO. O for officers or directors of one another. What is this? Officers or directors of one another means? That is, in my business, you are appointed as officer or director. And in your business, you are appointing me as officer or director. Now, we both have mutual interest. So, we both are treated as related. Is it clear? One of them, that is officers or directors of one another. So, in my business, you are appointed as officer or director. Parallelly, in your business, I am appointed as officer or director. So, we both are related. See that in the first point, such persons are officers or directors of another's business. Mr. X is appointed as officer of Y's business and Y is appointed as officer of X business. Now, X and Y are related. And one more point you need to remember in this regard, director of a company and such company are also related. It's a very, very important point. This is given through CBIC circular. Director of a company and a company always treated as related. So, between them if there is any transaction, is it a related party transaction? Yes, it's a related party transaction. Then P for partners of a firm. Example, ABC created a partnership firm. Now, the three are partners of the firm. Now, A and B are related, B and C are related, A and C are related. So, partners of a firm are related. But remember, partners and firm are not related. Only partners of a firm are related, but partners and firm are not related. You can see that in second point. Such persons are legally recognized partners of a firm. Why they use the word legally recognized? Why they use the word legally recognized? Legally recognized means what? It means that the partnership deed is registered. Okay. So, partners in a firm are related, however, partners and such firm not related. Highlight that. However, partners and such firm are not related. Then last E, employer and employee. Always employer and employee are also treated as related. So tell me, what is the meaning of related? Family, scope. Family, you know. S for sole selling agent. C for control. 4 controls. Common shareholder, how much? 25% or more in 2 companies. Next. See, no need to by heart the definition. That's why I gave you this mnemonic. You don't have to, you will never write the definition anywhere in the exam. But you should know while reading the question whether it's a related party transaction or not. For that we are discussing this. Okay. So, common shareholder 25% or more in 2 companies. Second control, investment more than 50%. Next control, common control by a third person. Next 4, majority controlling a third person. Is it clear? That is together they control a third person. That is this. Then SCO for officers or directors of one another. Then P for partners of a firm. Then E for employer and employee. Very good. So this is about related party transactions and import of services by related person. Now we are moving on to exclusion from supply. We completed fully inclusions into supply. Look into exclusions from supply. Supply excludes 7 subsection 2. These are the activities which are excluded from supply. Spelled slow. S for sovereign functions. What are the sovereign functions? All activities which are given under, there is a change in that. Previously what you studied versus now. So all activities which are listed out in Article 243G or 243W of the Constitution is known as sovereign function. That is panchayat or municipality function. But directly they will not give panchayat or municipality like that. They will give, so the said activity is covered under Article 243G or 243W. Then you should understand that it's a constitutional function, sovereign function, therefore it is excluded from supply. So should we remember this number? Yes. Article 243G, 243W of the Constitution, basically these are municipality and gram panchayat functions. Okay. Example, it is a job of the municipality to provide water supply, for which they collect some charges, water charges, that is excluded from supply. Then it is the job of the municipality to do this solid waste management. Solid waste management means what? Cleaning the garbage, etc. and all. For that, if they collect any charges like that, for doing the activity as per Article 243G or W of the Constitution, if they do anything, that will be excluded from supply. Is it clear? But how to remember these activities? You can never remember these activities. That itself is like some 4-page information, list of activities. Why to remember? No use. But know that these are constitutional functions which are excluded from supply. Understood? What is the first one? Yes for sovereign functions of government. Means what? Municipality or gram panchayat under 243G or 243W of Constitution. Then P for posts. What post? Government post, constitutional post, nominated post. Example for government post, MLAs, MPs, etc. Example of constitutional post is Chief Justice of India, Governor, that is constitutional post. Nominated post means there will be a body, and in that body under government will be appointing nominee directors, or government will be appointing the head of that body. Example, SEBI chairman, RBI governor, CBI director. These are all examples of nominated post. So these people also excluded. They are not required to pay any GST on their remuneration. Moreover, their remuneration will not come under income from salaries in income tax. It will come under IFOS. Correct? Do you remember that? So they are not called as employees of government. MLAs, MPs and all not called as employees of government. So therefore, it will not come under income from salaries, either PGBP or IFOS. There it will be coming, mostly IFOS. That is this, post, constitutional post, government post and nominated post. Then A, actionable claims other than specified actionable claims. HC block. HC block is the specified actionable claims. What is the meaning of that HC block? You can see in the next page. H for horse racing, C for casinos, B for betting, L for lottery, O for online money gaming, and G for gambling. These are the only specified actionable claims which are covered under supply or excluded from supply. Covered under supply. All actionable claims are excluded from supply. These 6 are only covered under supply. Got it? What is the meaning of an actionable claim? There is no definition of actionable claim in GST. So you don't have to remember the definition, but try to understand what is the meaning of actionable claim. Concentrate. You have a lottery ticket. You have a lottery ticket. Means you have right to receive the prize money. Correct? You have right to receive the prize money. So what is the first condition for actionable claim? Right to receive benefit. Is it transferable? Can we transfer the lottery ticket from one person to another person? Will there be any name on the lottery ticket? No. So it is transferable. Legally enforceable? Yes, because in the state where lottery system is prevailing, legally it is enforceable. And finally, who will receive the money? The holder of that lottery ticket will receive the money. If these 4 conditions are satisfied, an instrument will become actionable claim. What are those 4 conditions? Number 1, you have right to receive the money or receive the benefit. Number 2, transferable, legally enforceable. The holder will be receiving the benefit. Okay. Now, there are a lot of actionable claims. Is bill of exchange an actionable claim? Apply this and tell me. Bill of exchange, you have right to receive benefit, transferable, legally enforceable, and who will receive money? The holder of that bill will receive. So that is also an actionable claim. Then check, bearer check. Is bearer check an actionable claim? You have right to receive? Yes. Transferable? Yes. Because there is no crossed. Anyone can take. And legally enforceable? Yes. Who will receive the money? The holder of that check will receive the money. So there are many actionable claims. However, only 6 actionable claims are covered under supply. That is this HC block. Got it? H for horse racing. In horse racing, what is the actionable claim? Ticket that we buy on a particular horse is known as actionable claim. Then next, casinos. In casinos, when we go, we deposit some money and we get the chips, coins. So that will be called as actionable claim. You would have seen many movies. This color, different color coins and all will come. So yellow color, green color, red color, etc. and all. So that is casinos. Then next, that is actionable claim. HC, B for betting. So in betting, the betting itself is the actionable claim. Then next, lottery ticket. Then online money gaming. What will come under online money gaming? Any betting app. Difference between betting and online money gaming is that in online money gaming, we deposit the money to play the game, and the intention there is to win the money. That is online money gaming. Betting is offline. Offline, when it happens, like on an event, when you place a bet, that is called as betting. Both are same actually, but online money gaming involves a platform. Okay. Then gambling and betting also same, but a slight difference is there between that. In betting, the odds of winning and the odds of losing will be more or less the same, whereas in gambling, the odds of winning is very less compared to the odds of losing. Actually, horse racing will come under gambling only, because there are 10 horses, only one horse will win. Means what is the probability? 1 by 10. What is the probability of losing? 9 by 10. That is actually gambling. Got it? So these are the specified actionable claims. Once again, what are the specified actionable claims? Come on. Horse racing, casinos, betting, lottery, online money gaming, and gambling. Now answer my question. Generally, this GTA 5, like that one game is there. GTA Vice City, GTA 5. I think latest is what? GTA 5? GTA 5. And to play that game, we need to spend money. There are a lot of PS5 games now, PlayStation games. We need to spend money. Initially, when PS1, PS2, PS3 was there, it was in a CD form. There will be one gaming CD. You can put that gaming CD in the console and you can play. Thereafter, what they did, this gaming CDs and all getting pirated. For that reason, they changed it to cloud model, wherein you have to download the game into the console and you need to play that, and now we need to spend. So GTA, we need to spend money to play the game. Say for example some 5,000 rupees we pay for purchase of that game. Is it specified actionable claim? Why? Huh? Won't it come under online money gaming? No, because there the intention is not to earn the money, so therefore it will come under online gaming, not online money gaming. Is it clear? You understood the difference between online gaming and online money gaming? So what will happen in online gaming? Respond here. The intention is not to earn money, just spending money. That is online gaming. Online money gaming, where we play the game with the intention of earning some money, that is online money gaming. Then look into the next one. You understood SPA, S for sovereign functions, P for post, A for actionable claims other than specified actionable claims. Then L for legal fees. Legal fees is fee collected by court or tribunal. Fees collected by court or tribunal is legal fees. So generally courts and tribunals will be collecting some fees for the purpose of admitting a case. That does not mean they are collecting money for giving the judgment. So that's why it will not be treated as supply. Then next, what is tribunal, what is court? Court is general, whatever court that you know, district court, sessions court, municipal court, magistrate court, then high court, supreme court, etc. Tribunal means within a law, for the purpose of dispute resolution, they create a dispute resolution body called as tribunal. Example, in income tax there is income tax appellate tribunal. In company law we have NCLT, National Company Law Tribunal, that one. Okay. Then L for land sale. So sale of land is excluded from supply. Why? Why sale of land is excluded from supply? Your land is immovable. Will immovable come under goods? No. And right now we are talking about what? Goods and services tax. Land is immovable, so that's why it will not come under goods. So land sale is excluded from supply. Then sale of building. Even sale of building is also excluded from supply. But when is it called as sale of building really? Concentrate. There is a apartment which is coming up. Means they are doing construction. Now also can we buy apartment? Can we buy now a flat in that apartment? Yes. But what we are paying for is not for the apartment, is for the construction of the apartment. So that will be covered under supply. If the apartment is completed, thereafter if you pay money and buy the flat, then in that case it is sale of building and it is excluded from supply. So read it carefully. I want every one of you to read there. So land sale including, read, sale of building where entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. So completion certificate is given by the local authority for the property. Whenever we receive entire consideration after completion certificate, that is excluded from supply. You can see this GST on sale of flats. Okay. So where is that? GST on sale of flats. Page number 18 you can see, page number 18. GST on sale of flats. Say this. Total 3 scenarios may happen. You are receiving entire money, you are a builder. Concentrate, you are a builder. You are receiving entire money before obtaining completion certificate. Is it covered under supply or excluded from supply? Covered under supply. When is it excluded from supply? When entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate. So it is covered under supply. GST payable? Yes. What is the nature? It is not a sale of immobile property. I told you whatever money that you pay is for the construction, and the name of that activity is works, contract, service. Then suppose second scenario, if entire money is received after obtaining completion certificate, then if entire amount is received after obtaining completion certificate, then it is excluded from supply. GST payable or not payable? Not payable. Not payable GST because it is excluded from supply. And what is it treated as? Sale of immovable property. Then part money received before obtaining completion certificate and remaining money after obtaining completion certificate. Now, is entire amount after obtaining completion certificate? No. So therefore, what is your answer? Covered under supply or excluded from supply? Huh? Covered under supply. Why is not excluded from supply? Because entire amount is not after obtaining completion certificate. So it is covered under supply, GST payable on entire money. And what is the nature? It is treated as works, contract, service. Understood? Then, so my doubt is, why GST payable on entire money? For example, first we pay 5 lakhs. 75 lakhs is the price of the flat. First we pay 5 lakhs. We book the flat. Thereafter, after completion certificate, we pay remaining 70 lakhs. Now, GST payable only on 5 lakhs or entire 75 lakhs? Entire 75 lakhs. Even if you pay a token advance also, GST payable on entire amount? Yes. Unfortunately, yes. So, how builders will avoid, in this case? They will receive this consideration, part consideration before completion certificate in the form of cash. And thereafter, they will receive entire amount in check. Thereby, for the purpose of records, it is like entire money is received after completion certificate and they will return the cash. First, they will collect 5 lakhs here. After completion certificate, they will collect 75 lakhs check from you and this 5 lakhs will be returned. So, in records, it will be like entire 75 lakhs is collected after completion certificate. So, it will be excluded from supply. You understood? So, this is how lot of builders will be doing to come into this category. So, that is this completion certificate. Who will issue completion certificate? Competent authority. If you read that wording they gave, where the entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. Can you see that? Go back to the exclusion from supply. In that exclusion from supply, what is the point given there? Sale of land, including sale of building, where entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. What is the meaning of first occupation? First occupation means they are constructing a building. In that building, one flat, if it is occupied by a person, that is called as a first occupation. Thereafter, any flat sold in that building will be coming under after first occupation. It is excluded from supply. Why like that? Because lot of builders, what they do nowadays, they will make the bare shell. Bare shell means walls, everything will be there. But if you open the door, nothing will be inside. Partition will not happen. But outside exterior, everything they will complete. And now depending upon your requirement, they will be modifying. Suppose some people will say, I need 2 bedrooms. I need 3 bedrooms. I need 1 master bedroom, 1 compact bedroom. And some people will say, I need open kitchen, because then only whatever cooking can be recorded and it can be posted in YouTube. You understood? Because nowadays people are cooking for the sake of YouTube. You understood? And next, some people will say, no, I have a kid who is doing CA. I don't know how many years it will take. So, 1 room separately, study room is required. So, depending upon different requirements, so inside the house, they modify and give. That's why it is like flat by flat they will complete. Flat by flat they will complete, they will not get a completion certificate. So, that is the reason why they are telling first occupation or completion certificate, whichever is earlier. See this, first occupation means date on which a flat is occupied by the buyer in the project, it is deemed as completion, and remaining flats unbooked is excluded from supply. Understood? Then come back. So, we have seen S, P, A, L, L. Another one you see E. E refers to employee to employer in the course of employment. So, there is an employee who is providing services to the employer. In the course of employment, whatever money that they have received is excluded from supply. Means salary is excluded from supply. Why salary is excluded from supply? Already on salary, lot of income tax we are paying. Again, GST also means people will leave the country. You understood? That's the reason why there is no GST on salary. Then D for death related. What are the death related activities? Funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including transportation of deceased. So, transportation of deceased, that is dead body. Okay. So, all these are post death activities. Okay. Funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including of, so this government transportation That is, whether government is transporting or any person is transporting, you remove that government, it is irrelevant now. So transportation of disease, because even private people also can do transportation na. Any person transporting will be coming under exclusion from supply, that is death related. Okay, funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including transportation of deceased is excluded from supply, that is post death, because until the time a person is alive, so lot of activities they pay GST. At least after death, let them go peacefully, you understood. So that's why they have excluded it. So may their soul rest in peace. So tell me, what are the list of activities that we have seen? Yes, sovereign functions of government, that is all activities of government under article 243G or 243W of the Constitution. Then P, post. Post refers to government post, constitutional post, nominated post. A, actionable claims other than HC block, horse racing, casinos, betting, lottery, online money gaming, gambling. Then next, L, legal fees, fee collected by court or tribunal. Another L, land sale, including sale of building where entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. Then E, employee to employer in the course of employment. D, death related, that is funeral, burial, etc. Then we have slow, that is S for sale before import. Concentrate, please listen. Sale before import means whenever the goods are in transit, I am the original importer, I placed an order with the foreign seller, the goods are in transit. Now I transfer the document of title to you. When I transfer the document of title to you, so you will only go to the customs and clear the goods. So anyhow you are going to pay the customs duty along with IGST. Carefully listen, I am the original importer. I placed an order with the foreign seller. Please listen here, please concentrate. I am the original importer. I placed an order with the foreign seller. Now the goods are in transit. Okay, I purchased for $10,000. Now I transfer the document of title to you. When I transfer the document of title to you, I collected $11,000. Why $11,000? The $1,000 is my profit. Okay. Now you will be clearing the imported goods by filing bill of entry, and you will pay the customs duty. You will pay customs duty on what? You will pay customs duty on $11,000. Is it clear? Along with customs duty, you pay IGST also. Okay. You are subsequent buyer. Now you paid me $11,000 na. If I charge GST on that, you will have double tax. How you will have double tax? First, I am also charging you GST on 11,000. Again on import also you are paying customs duty along with IGST on 11,000. Then there will be double taxation. To avoid the double taxation, what they are telling, the money received by the original importer, $11,000, is excluded from supply. Is that clear? Now, this I just gave in the form of a diagrammatic presentation, which you can see in page number 10. Which you can see in page number 10. Say this, there is a foreign seller, and there is a original importer. Who is that original importer? Mr. Rajesh. Mr. Rajesh is placing an order with the foreign seller for goods worth $10,000, and the foreign seller handed over the goods to the shipping company, and the shipping company gave the airway bill or bill of lading. This is the document of title. Document of title means whomsoever is having the document, that person will be the owner of the goods. So this is called as document of title, airway bill or bill of lading. That airway bill or bill of lading will be sent by the foreign seller to the original importer. Now what this importer is doing, when the goods are in transit, that is from outside India to India, this person is transferring the airway bill or bill of lading to Mr. Satish, a subsequent buyer, for $11,000, for which Mr. Satish paid $11,000. So this particular activity is excluded from supply. Why is it excluded from supply? Because what Satish is going to do is that he will file bill of entry at the customs port and pay customs duty including IGST on how much amount? $11,000. Anyhow, Satish is paying customs duty and IGST on $11,000. So that $11,000 which is received by Mr. Rajesh is excluded from supply. Is that clear or not? And what is this? What is this transaction which is excluded from supply? Sale on high seas. What is high seas means? Before import. Before import. And whenever Satish pays customs duty, the customs will release the goods. You understood this here? What is the one line that you need to remember? Sale on high seas, that is sale before import, is excluded from supply. Is it clear? Then S, L, O, W is there. W you read. What is that? S, L, O, W. W is what? Warehoused goods under customs sold. What is this warehoused goods under customs sold? You can see below this another chart. You can see this below another chart. Concentrate. In case of warehoused goods under customs sold, what will happen? First, I imported the goods. Those imported goods are deposited in the customs warehouse without payment of customs duty. The difference between previous example and this example is that previous example, when I transferred the document of title where the goods were high seas, means during transit, okay. But in this case, when I am transferring the title, the goods already came, and where those goods are? Those goods are deposited in the warehouse. Which warehouse? Customs warehouse. With payment of customs duty or without payment of customs duty? Without payment of customs duty. Is it clear? Now I transfer the document of title to you. Same story, same Rajesh, same Satish. You understood? I transfer the document of title to you. Now you will anyhow pay customs duty, so I am excluded from supply. Is it clear? See this chart. Mr. Rajesh is the original importer. He placed an order with the foreign seller for $10,000, and foreign seller will hand over the goods to the shipping company. Same na up to this, and shipping company will give airway bill or bill of lading. That will be sent by the foreign seller to original importer. Now what happened is that, compared to previous chart you see here, in the previous chart the goods were in transit, but in this chart the goods already reached the customs. So we have unloaded the goods. Is it clear? Unloading of goods happened in the customs port, and thereafter this Mr. Rajesh is filing a bill of entry for warehousing, that is to deposit the goods in the warehouse, okay, with payment of duty or without payment of customs duty? Without payment of customs duty. So the goods are deposited in the customs warehouse, and the warehouse will give a warehouse receipt to Mr. Rajesh. Now what is that Rajesh is having? Warehouse receipt. What he is doing with that warehouse receipt? He transfers the warehouse receipt to Satish for $11,000. Same story here. In the previous case, they transferred the document of title for $11,000. In this case, they transferred the warehouse receipt for $11,000, for which Satish has paid $11,000. This is excluded from supply. Why? Why? Why is it excluded from supply? Because Satish will anyhow pay customs duty including IGST on $11,000. If Rajesh also charging GST, there will be double tax burden on Satish. That's why this activity is also excluded from supply. Understood? Now, what is that you need to remember? Just two simple points. Sale before import is excluded from supply. Then sale of warehoused goods. Sale of warehoused goods under customs is excluded from supply. Can you repeat? What are the two activities you need to remember as exclusion from supply? Sale before import, then sale of warehoused goods under customs. Then L for liquor license granted by state government. What is this liquor license? Generally, in Tamil Nadu it will not be applicable, because in Tamil Nadu government itself is selling liquor, but in many other states government will not sell liquor, because they feel like liquor sales is not something good job, it's a dirty job, but we will give license to sell liquor. You understood? So we will give a license. Suppose if you want to sell, yeah, you sell. I will not sell, you sell, but I will give you permission to sell, for which you need to pay me money and buy the license. This license is not for selling. I mean, is government selling liquor? No. Giving license to sell liquor, license fees. On this license fees, the government don't want GST. Why government don't want GST? State government is not agreeing for levy of GST on liquor and its associated things, because from the beginning liquor, tax on liquor was completely a state subject in the constitution. Now suddenly when it comes into GST, 50% will go to central government, remaining 50% will be there to the state. So state is not ready to do sitting with central government and give 50%. You understood or not? One drop also they will not give to central government, fully they will only consume. Got it? So liquor license, if it comes into GST, then 50% will go to central government. Nah, no way, it is completely ours. So due to that reason, it is excluded from supply. What is excluded from supply? Liquor license granted by state government. Now carefully listen. Say I got the liquor license from the state government, but I am unable to run the liquor business. So I transferred the liquor license to you and you paid me some money. Is this also excluded from supply? No, no. Only liquor license granted by state government. Highlight that. Granted by state government is only excluded from supply. Okay. So below that write down transfer of liquor license by one person to another person. Transfer of liquor license by one person to transfer of liquor license by one person to another person is not excluded from supply. Transfer of liquor license by one person to another person is not excluded from supply. Understood? That is this. Next, only liquor license by state government. Last one you see, O, outside the country movement of goods. Outside the country movement of goods means, that is, I am a seller in India, you are my buyer in India. I have a branch in Germany, you have a branch in Australia. From my branch in Germany to your branch in Australia, the goods are being transported. Whether the goods are coming into India or leaving from India, no. So therefore, it is not import, it is not export, it is not a domestic sale also. So there is no GST on this, because where the goods originates? Outside India. Where the goods terminates? Outside India. So what you need to remember? Outside the country movement of goods is excluded from supply. Now with this we completed what are all excluded from supply. Now tell me what is that? Come on. Yes, for sovereign functions of government, that is municipality or gram panchayat and article 243 G or W of the constitution. Next, P, post. P for that is, what are those posts? Government post, constitutional post, nominated post. A for actionable claims other than HC block, means HC block is covered. Then next, L, legal fees, fee collected by court or tribunal. Another L, land sale including sale of building. When entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. Then E, employee to employer in the course of employment. Then D, death related, funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary including transportation of deceased. Then slow, yes, sale before import, sale on high seas. L, liquor license granted by state government. Then O, outside the country movement of goods. W, warehoused goods under customs sold. Okay, so this is about exclusions. And you can see next page, this is a slight change for September 25 exam. So there are two more new activities that has been added, and if you, as you are appearing for May 25, don't bother about this. This is the table that you need to see. They have added two more activities which we don't have to bother, and so that activities, if they give in exam now, what should we do, sir? Supply. That activities is not there as exclusion, means that activities if they give in exam, what we need to do? Supply. Example, listen, there is a lead insurer. Lead insurer means in co-insurance contracts what will happen? Co-insurance means 4 insurance companies together will do the insurance. In that one insurance company will be a lead insurer, and that lead insurer receiving the premium and sharing the premium with other insurers is supply or not a supply? For May 25 exam, supply. You understood? Supplier, that's what, when you see any other transaction which is not excluded from supply, it's a supply only now. So for November exam, sorry, for September 25 exam, they just added 2 more activities which you don't have to bother. Ignore it and you leave it. So take page number 20. Classification of supply into goods or services. When this section 7.1a will come into picture? Once an activity becomes supply. Now, see this, I have a movable property pa. There is a transfer of title. Is it supply of goods or supply of service? Example, I have a car. I sold the title of the car. I gave you the title of the car to you. Supply of goods or supply of service? Definitely supply of goods. I did not give you the title of the car, but I gave you right to use car. Supply of goods or supply of service? Supply of service means renting of car or leasing of car, etc. Then what if I give you the car now, but you will not pay me money now, you will pay in installments, and upon payment of last installment I transfer the title, that is hire purchase, transfer of title at a future date. Is it still supply of goods? Yes, read there. Transfer of title, the title may be transferred at present or the title may be transferred at future. Definitely it will become supply under 7.1a, got it? So title may be transferred today or maybe in future, so supply of goods. If there is a transfer of right to use, supply of service, it is in relation to movable property. Got the clarity about this? Then immobile property will never come under supply of goods. Why will never come under supply of goods? Excluded. Sale of land, sale of building is excluded. That's why it will never come under goods. But will it come under services? Of course, yes. When it will come under services? Transfer of right to use immobile property. Example, renting of immobile property, leasing of immobile property, that will come under transfer of right to use. Then construction. Construction means what? Bringing into existence a immobile property. Construction of lifts and escalators, that will also come under service. Clear? So first movable property, when it will come under supply of goods, if there is a transfer of title. When it will come under supply of service, if there is a transfer of right to use. Immobile property, when it will come under supply of goods? Never. When it will come under supply of service? Either construction or transfer of right to use land. Intellectual property rights. Can you give me examples of intellectual property rights? Trademark, next. Patent, copyrights. All these are intellectual property rights. These intellectual property rights, I may transfer permanently or I may transfer temporarily. If I transfer temporarily, it is supply of service. Example, you make a YouTube video. And you add some background score of some movie, etc. and all, and you upload the YouTube video. Immediately you will get a copyright strike. You know that? Immediately you get a copyright strike, and that copyright strike will be from the music director. So because recently, we posted one video in my YouTube channel. So we conducted a success meet for CA final students. So because this time we got 9 All India ranks in CA final and 12 All India ranks in CMA final. So no, I should clap when you are getting that. You understood? So I want you also. So how many days we will celebrate someone's ranks here? So let's celebrate our own ranks, correct or not? And so thereafter we conducted a success meet for those students and we got AIR 1. This time coincidentally CMA final also, CA final also, AIR 1 is same person and he is our student, and no, I am his teacher, that will be better. So I am his teacher and we conducted that success meet. We made some video and we posted it in YouTube, and now our team has added Anirudh's background, one movie's background score and all. Immediately from his office we got a copyright strike stating that you are not supposed to use this background track, etc. and all. How come? Because he is having the copyright of that particular music. Is it clear? And they will never permanently transfer to the producer. They will temporarily transfer. That too in South India, almost all music directors will not permanently transfer, temporarily transfer. They retain the copyright of that music. Otherwise, how Anirudh can use same music in Vikram movie which he has used for that Kaidi movie, correct? Again, whatever that music, again he cannot use it for Leo movie. You understood? There is some universe na, LCU universe. In this LCU universe, he need to use that. How he can use if he transfers it to producer? Are you understanding it here? So that is what it is. Temporary transfer, music director composing music for a movie. Permanent transfer, usually patents and all, like technology related patents, we permanently transfer, okay? And someone will sit and develop a technology or a chemical or a kind of product that they give it to the companies and they collect some lump sum money. So patent of a technology sold to a company, permanent transfer. Then number 4, carrying out process on the goods belonging to others. For example, I am a tailor, you gave me cloth, I did the stitching, you gave me cloth, I did the stitching, and I gave you the garment. You tell me, is it carrying out process on the goods belonging to others? What is the goods here? Cloth, on which I do the process. Is it supply of goods or supply of services? Respond. Supply of services. So I need to pay GST on that charges, job work charges or whatever charges that you give me, processing charges, on that I need to pay GST. Am I right? But here, while doing stitching, I will also use some material of mine, thread or buttons, etc. I will use na. Even then, substantial material who gave me, my recipient only gave me. So still it is supply of services. Suppose, if I buy the cloth, I am a tailor, because if you see some big shops and all, so these suitings and shirting shops or some, this function wear like manya wear, etc. and all, if you go to those shops, what they will do, fabric will be available. You can select the fabric. And there will be tailors inside that place itself. They will only do the stitching and they will give. Now where you will classify it? Supply of goods or supply of services? Supply of goods. Why? Because the substantial material is what here? Cloth. Cloth they are only purchasing, they only stitch and they will only be giving. So is it supply of goods or supply of services? Supply of goods. And here sometimes what will happen? The recipient will tell, sir, so this is my first marriage, sir. Everyone's first marriage only, and therefore my photo, sir, should come on her dress, sir. Her photo, sir, should come on my dress, sir. Here it should come, sir. Okay. So lot of cringe people are doing nowadays, and therefore that too this jigna work and all will be there. Now embroidery work needs to be done, for which the tailor will say, boss, I don't know all those things, you get me, I will stitch and give. So some material is given by the recipient. Will it change the nature? No, because substantial material is given by the supplier. So still it is supply of goods. Are you getting this? See there. So carrying out process on the goods belonging to others, substantial material required for process is supplied by supplier. Supply of goods only. If the substantial material required for the process is given by recipient, then it is supply of services. Then you can see next, supply of goods along with services, means there will be both goods and service in a single contract. If it is notified supplies, there are 3 notified supplies: works contract, information technology software, and supply of food. Now these 3 involves both goods element and service element. So afternoon you went for lunch, na? You could identify place to eat. What? Eat heavily. What you didn't eat, like that only. Limited food you should eat, okay. So eat something very less than usual, then only you will be active, you got it. And your exam time also this time only, got it. And your parents will force you, you eat heavily, like pig you eat, like that and all they will tell. But you be in control, eat less, then only you will be active, got it. And so in food, what is the goods element? Food, what is a goods element? Ingredients. Rice is only not food, my darling. There are a lot of foods, okay. So ingredients is the goods element. And what is the service element? Cooking. So that ingredients, they make it into food, na? That is service element. But even then, it will always be treated as supply of service. Then works contract means what? Construction activities and all. But what is the difference between construction and works contract? In construction, you give the material, they will do only construction. In construction, you give material to me, I will only do labor work. That is called as a construction service. Whereas in works contract, I will only buy the material required. I will only do the labor work for a single amount, that is called as works contract. For example, you are asking me to do a renovation of your house. I will only buy bricks, cement, etc., paint. I will only do the renovation. I will collect a single amount. So I am giving you goods as well as services for a single consideration. Is it coming under works contract? Yes. Is there a goods element? Of course, yes. And service element is there, but even then it will always be treated as supply of service. Information technology software. Software will always be treated as supply of service. So why like that? Why? First of all, the discussion will come here. Software can be sold like a product also. If you see, antivirus softwares and all will be sold like a product. Chroma, Reliance Digital, when you go, antivirus softwares, they will be selling like a product. Even then, it will be treated as supply of service. Are you understanding this? Now, this question comes into this particular aspect. You can see here, a software company temporarily transfers the right to use its proprietary software to another company for a period of 1 year. What you said is that it will come under temporary transfer of intellectual property right. So it is supply of service. I asked you, what if it is a permanent transfer? You said it as supply of goods. Actually, your answer is wrong, because first of all, you should not refer in this place. You should refer here, information technology software. Software will always be supply of services. Is it clear or not? Had it been not software, can you see that? Can you see what is it? Has it not been software, then you are right. Temporary transfer will come under supply of service and permanent transfer will come under supply of goods. But the moment when it is a software, information technology software, which will always be treated as supply of service. So what is the answer that you need to write for this question? Respond here. Supply of services. Software in brackets, permanent transfer or temporary transfer, permanent transfer or temporary transfer, always treated as what? Supply of service. Always treated as supply of service. Okay. Then, so we will complete this remaining parts. See this. Other supplies. So for notified supplies, we need to see these three: works contract, information technology software, supply of food. Apart from these other supplies, how we need to treat? We need to check whether it is a composite supply or mixed supply. If it is a composite supply, if the principal supply is goods, then entire transaction is treated as goods. If the principal supply is service, then entire transaction is treated as supply of service. But what is the composite supply? That we will see little later. First, AC and installation is a composite supply. Now, AC is goods, installation is service. What is the principal supply? Means predominant element. What is the main element here? AC. AC is goods. So, entirely this transaction will be classified as goods. Then, coaching plus study materials. Coaching is service. Study material is goods. And what is the predominant element in this? Definitely coaching. Therefore, entirely it will be treated as supply of service. Then, suppose if it is a mixed supply, TV is 28%, really. TV GST rate is 28% and warranty is 18%. Okay. Now, it is a mixed supply. You tell me what is the highest rate in this TV, which is goods or services? Goods. So, entirely it will be treated as goods. For composite supply, check the principal supply. Whatever is the character of principal supply, that will be character of the transaction. In case of mixed supply, check the highest rate. If the highest rate is goods, entirely it will be goods, otherwise highest rate is service, entirely it is service. Another example you see, video lectures plus pen drive. Video lecture is what? Service. Pen drive is what? Video lecture is 18%, pen drive is 12%. Now, what is the highest rate? So, which is service. So, entirely it will be treated as supply of service. Apart from this, any other activity, doing an act, not doing an act, or tolerating an act, that will come under supply of service. Is it clear? For example, I am taking classes for a consideration. Will it be coming under movable property? No. Immobile property? No. Intellectual property? No. Carrying out process on the goods belonging to others? No. It is not supply of goods or supply of service. Any other activity, doing an act. Got it? So, it is supply of service. You are tolerating my torture. Will it also come under supply of service? Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, for what? Service or torture? Okay, fine. So, it is supply of service, provided there should be consideration. Nah. Yes, you are tolerating my torture, tolerating an act, but for which you are getting any consideration? Don't tell passing an exam and love and affection, sir. All this fold and keep somewhere. Got it? We need monetary or non-monetary. Monetary or non-monetary, nothing. There is nothing. No monetary, non-monetary. Quid pro quo, something in return. There is nothing. So therefore, it is not at all a supply. Are you understanding this? So first it should become supply. Then only you should come here. Just because it is tolerating an act, don't classify it as supply of service. Are you understanding this? Next, not doing an act. Can you give me example for this? Not doing an act. It should become supply. Then only it will come here. So can you give me example of not doing an act? Very good, sir. What is the name of it? In PGBP you would have studied non-compete fees. Non-compete fees. What is non-compete fees means? Not to start a competing business. Sir, I am having one restaurant. You are also coming and starting next to me. I will give you some money. Not to start a competing business here. So that is non-compete fees. Consideration for not doing an act. Awesome. Can you give me example of tolerating an act? Supply. It should become supply. Whatever I told you, that don't tell me. So it should become supply. Very good. So you enter into contract with a person and you breach that contract, and when you breach the contract, he is tolerating your breach and he is telling fine. Like for example, you enter into contract to complete and give the property construction in 30 days, but you are not able to do, and it is going by 15 days extra. When it is going by 15 days extra, that person is tolerating. It's okay, fine, but you have to pay me some extra amount because I am tolerating your act of breach. That extra amount which is collected is tolerating an act. Consideration for tolerating an act, that is also treated as supply of service. Understood? So this is about the 6 activities. This is for classification of supply into goods or services. In this regard, we need to understand what is the meaning of composite supply, mixed supply, because here we have seen a composite supply, mixed supply. Look into this, composite supply versus mixed supply. When we will come into this section 8, so far what we discussed is section 7. Now we are moving on to section 8. And when there are 2 or more supplies involved in a transaction, then it will be called as composite supply or mixed supply. How many supplies should be there? 2 or more supplies. Now read the meaning of composite supply. Read it once. 2 or more. What supplies? Taxable supplies. Means in composite supply all the supplies should be taxable. What is the opposite of taxable? Non-taxable or exempted. So there should not be non-taxable or exempted. There should be all are taxable supplies. Of what? Goods or service or both or any combination thereof. So goods and services, goods plus goods, service plus service, any combination. Continue. Or naturally bundled. Naturally bundled means what? One cannot be supplied without the another is known as naturally bundled. Is it clear? One can be supplied even without the another is not naturally bundled. Coke and popcorn, naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Why not naturally bundled? We can buy popcorn separately, Coke separately, correct or not? Inverter and battery, naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Huh? Wrong answer, not naturally bundled, because you can buy inverter separately, battery also separately. But sir, inverter will not work with battery, etc. Why you see that, yeah? Why you see the working, etc.? It is about the sale. So see from the seller point of view, don't see from the buyer point of view. Is it clear? I am a dealer. Can I sell inverter separately? Can I sell battery separately? Together also I can sell. Then it will be naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Not naturally bundled. Is it clear? Then, so read that, naturally bundled and supplied in conjunction with each other in the ordinary course of business. Actually, you will find it difficult in this place only. Everything else is easy. Taxable are not given in the question itself. Whether it is taxable or not given in the question, two or more supplies given in the question, but where you find it difficult is naturally bundled or not naturally bundled. That requires a element of judgment there, and that's where we fail many times. One more example I'll give you. Laptop and laptop bag, naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Why not naturally bundled? It is naturally bundled. It is not naturally bundled is wrong. It is naturally bundled. Why naturally bundled? That's what we need to see in the ordinary course of business. Usually, so actually basic, now what we do is that we see always the exception side, because you are tuned to that. By default, CA students are professional students, means we see the other side. Balance sheet, everything will be perfect, that we will not see. Something wrong will be there, that only we see. You understood or not? You change that from there to majority side. Majority side. Laptop and laptop, generally everyone who is selling laptop, they will give laptop bag free. It is normal in the ordinary course of business. Maybe you are rich kids, you will be purchasing MacBook, or you will be purchasing some gaming laptops. There and all, they will not give laptop bag. Even you also will not go and ask when you are buying a 1.5 lakh worth of laptop, Anna, laptop bag, Anna. Like that you cannot ask, na. You understood? And if you are buying 30,000 rupees, 40,000 rupees laptop, of course, they will give laptop bag for free, and that's usual. So you don't see the other side. You see the most probable side. Is it clear? So naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled. Then one more example. Kinder Joy, you know Kinder Joy. Kinder Joy, chocolate with one toy they will give. So whether it is naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled, because always the product position is like that. Always they will give chocolate along with the toy. So it is naturally bundled. And suppose if it is like Boost plus one bat free. Why not naturally bundled? They are not giving it always. You understood? It's a promotional offer. Promotional offer means to push the product, they will be giving it, but it is not continuous. Same case, Nescafe Sunrise with one mug free. And this is not paid promotion and all for all these companies. You understood? What is your answer? Not naturally bundled. So why not naturally bundled? Again, sales promotion offers. Is it clear? Mosquito coil with stand. Naturally bundled. Very good here. So because by default we get it. Okay. So these are all some examples which we need to see, because again in exam they will not ask all these things. They will create some new situation. You be clear that in the ordinary course of business, whether one can be supplied without the another or not. Yes, then it is naturally bundled. Naturally bundled and supplied in conjunction with each other in the ordinary course of business, one of which is principal supply. What is principal supply means? Predominant element is known as principal supply. You write somewhere there, principal supply means predominant element in transaction. Principal supply means predominant element in the transaction. Predominant element in the transaction. Predominant element, that should be the main. Predominant element in the transaction is known as principal supply. If you observe this composite supply definition, you could identify three core points. What are they? Number one, all are taxable. All are taxable. Number two, naturally bundled, and principal supply identifiable. If these conditions are satisfied, it will be coming under composite supply. You can see the flow chart below. First, you need to check whether there are 2 or more supplies in a single transaction. Yes. Whether all are taxable. Yes. Naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business. Yes. Principal supply identifiable. If these 3 conditions are satisfied, what is it? How the price should be? May be single, may not be single, etc. So price need not be single or separate. Anyhow it will be. Once it becomes a composite supply, what we will do? We will take the rate of principal supply and apply it on the entire transaction. So rate of principal supply for entire transaction. Is it clear? What if any one condition fails? Then go to mixed supply definition. Go to mixed supply definition. Read it once. 2 or more individual supplies. They did not give taxable supplies. Means it can be taxable or exempted or non-taxable. Any combination. Correct. Of goods or services. Any combination thereof made in conjunction with each other for a single price. Only when it is a single price it will come under mixed supply. Otherwise it is not a mixed supply and does not constitute composite supply. So when you need to check mixed supply? Only when composite supply fails. Only when composite supply fails, you need to check mixed supply. If it is directly, don't check mixed supply. Got it? In every question, don't check mixed supply. First you check whether it is a composite supply. If not, only you need to go to mixed supply. Is it clear? But for mixed supply, only one condition. What is that one condition? It should be for a single price. So see this. All are taxable. No, one taxable and one exempted is there. So it will not be coming under composite supply. So you need to check, is it for a single price? Yes. Then it is mixed supply. For mixed supply, what rate we will take? Highest rate. We'll take highest rate for the entire transaction. And suppose all are taxable, not naturally bundled. For example, I gave you popcorn and Coke sold as a combo. All are taxable, but not naturally bundled. Is it for a single price? Yes. Again, mixed supply, we will take highest rate. All are taxable, not naturally bundled, but principal supply not identifiable. I'll give you an example. Generally, nowadays, hair care market is very big because lot of people are obsessed with hair. So hair fall is a common problem that invariably every person will be having, and people like me are exceptions wherein we will be so happy that we don't have any problem. You understood? So only if we have, we should be worried. Otherwise, no. But there are many people who are so obsessed about hair loss, etc. And they see different products. If you see their Instagram and all, no, full in news feed about hair care products only it will be. And different products are coming. So I will also launch one product. What is that? One hair care brand wherein whatever available in my kitchen, using that I will make shampoo, hair oil, etc. and all. Mamaearth, you have seen, in egg they will make, and in every available product in kitchen with onion they will make, everything. Got it? And something we can tell. So I am making one beautiful hair oil. If you apply, you will get hair and all. I will put wig and make the ad and all. Okay. So now in this case, I will launch the product and I will tell, if you buy shampoo, hair oil also you should buy. If you buy hair oil, shampoo also you should buy. Naturally bundled. Naturally bundled or not? Yes. Both are taxable? Yes. Means separately hair oil you cannot buy, separately shampoo you cannot buy. Naturally bundled. What is the principal supply there? Cannot be identified. You cannot identify the principal supply. Are you getting this? Both are taxable, pa. Both are naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business. But the principal supply is not identifiable. So is it for a single price? Yes. So it will come under mixed supply. Understood? Suppose it is not for a single price, then it will be individual supplies. We need to take respective rate for respective supply. Example, I am selling battery for 15,000, inverter for 10,000. Now, is it naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Not naturally bundled. Is it for a single price? No. So it is neither composite supply nor mixed supply. Therefore, it will come under individual supplies. So battery 15,000, whatever rate applicable, that will be taken. Inverter, whatever rate that is applicable on 10,000. Is it clear? So that is about composite supply and mixed supply. So tell me, for composite supply, what are the 3 conditions you need to check? All must be taxable, naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business, and the principal supply should be identifiable. If any one fails, if it is single price, then it will be mixed supply. Otherwise, individual supplies. Now look into this illustration. AC 30,000, installation 2,000. GST rate for AC is 12%, GST rate for installation is 18%, and total 32,000 plus GST. Now tell me whether all are taxable. Yes, both are taxable. Condition number 1 satisfied. Naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Already I told you, because when they sell AC, they will only do the installation. Naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business. What is the principal supply? AC. So therefore, it will be treated as composite supply. And what is the rate of principal supply? 12%. That will be applied on entire 32,000. So 32,000 into 12%, 3,840. And as the principal supply is goods, so it will be treated as supply of goods. Are you getting this? Next illustration you see. CA coaching 40,000 plus GST 18%. Books 10,000 plus GST nil. Total 50,000 plus GST. Now in this case, whether all are taxable? No. Not all are taxable, am I right? Nil rate, na? Nil rate means exempted. Not all are taxable. So we need to check. Is it for a single price? No. It is not a composite supply. Why it is not a composite supply? Because all are not taxable. And even it is not a mixed supply. Why not a mixed supply? Because it is not for a single price. Then what it will be? It will be individual supplies. Then 40,000 will be taxable at 18%. 10,000 will be nil rate. Got it? And here CA coaching is service, books is goods, but only CA coaching is taxable, so supply of services. Next one, next illustration you see. Popcorn and Coke, there is no separate price. GST 5%, Coke 28%, 299 plus GST. Now tell me, what should be taken? Is it composite supply? Whether both are taxable? Yes, both are taxable. But is it naturally bundled? No, it is not naturally bundled. So we need to see, is it for a single price or not? Yes, so therefore it will come under mixed supply. What is the highest rate? So 28% we need to apply on 299 rupees. So this we need to pay. That's the reason why now almost all, this theaters, etc. and all, they go with, Coke with that dispensers. They will not sell the Coke bottles. You go to any cinema theater, you will not find the bottles. So when you ask for Coke, one cup will be there and one dispenser will be there, okay, vending machine. In that vending machine they will fill and they will be giving. You understood? Why? Because that rate will be 5%. That rate will be 5%. If they sell a Coke PET bottle or a tin, etc. and all, the rate will be 28%. In the combo, they will end up paying 28%. Understood? That is this reason. And here both are goods, so therefore it will be treated as supply of goods. Look into the next one. Accommodation and complimentary food. Accommodation GST rate 18%, complimentary food 5%. Both are taxable? Yes, both are taxable. Is it naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Huh? Naturally bundled, yes. Because complimentary food, whether you eat or not, you will get it as a complimentary, okay, and naturally bundled. What is the principal supply? Accommodation. So it will come under composite supply. What is the rate of principal supply? 18%. That we should apply on 1,999, 360. Both are services, so it is supply of services. What if here price is separately given? Same illustration. What if price is separately given? Then also composite supply only. Why it will not become individual supplies? See, the moment it is a composite supply, the price may be single or the price may be separate. It will come under composite supply only. Is it clear? See the note below. In illustration above, if price is separate, even then it is composite supply and the rate of principal, that is 18%, is applicable. Got it? Next, look into two circulars related to this composite supply and mixed supply. You can see that in page number 23, so that this concept will be over. Look into note 1 and note 2. Note 1. Generally when you vehicle for servicing, what will happen? You have vehicles, no, you will take it for service. What will happen when you take it to authorized service center? What they will do? They will do servicing. Apart from servicing, what they do? All these are part and parcel of servicing, change of engine oil, water wash, etc. and all part of servicing. But usually they do PM, periodic maintenance, and in that they will check all the parts and they will call you and inform, sir, this part is gone, correct? Have you ever observed that? They will call you and tell, chain sprocket gone, air filter gone, this part gone, that part gone. We are not technical people, okay, we don't know. And when we ask, should we replace? Yes sir, otherwise and all, I am not responsible sir, like that they will tell. Okay fine, change. When they change the part, they will also add the labor charges for replacement of part. Got it? Next time you see the bill. When you see the bill, the part will be some amount and the labor charges for replacement of part some amount they will fix. You understood? Now this is what I am asking you to check. Both are taxable, yes. Part will be 12%. Labor charges for replacement of part will be 18%. Both are taxable, yes. Naturally bundled, yes. That part in Pudupet will be available at a very cheaper rate, stolen one. But if you get that, will they replace? No, they will not. They will tell you have to buy from us only. Are you getting this? You have to buy from us only. Genuine parts we will use. So both same only, that also same, this also same. But they will say no, genuine parts we will use, and due to that reason you have to buy from us only. And naturally bundled, of course naturally bundled. And what is the predominant element or principal supply here? That part. That part is the principal supply. Now, what rate will be applicable? Again, I am repeating, you are not concentrating here. Part 12% pa, labor charges 18% pa. Both are taxable. Naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business. What is the principal supply? Part. Part rate is how much? 12%. Means entire amount taxable at? Means labor also taxable at? Means there is a loss of 6%. Which the government cannot tolerate. No, 6%, ayyo, I cannot. For that reason, they brought this note 1, read that note 1. In case of servicing of cars, test of composite supply should not be applied. Got it? Why should not be applied? If you apply last 2 years, so you treat it as individual supplies. Individual supplies means part 12%, labor charge 18%. Parts replaced and labor charges for replacement are treated as individual supplies if the amount is shown separately for each. Understood the reason why they brought in the circular? Got the clarity? Now, next circular. This circular, I think already they tested it for Jan exam. I don't think so it will be asked again, but maybe for MCQ it will be useful. Food and beverages. Food and beverages sold in a theatre will be taxable at the rate applicable to normal food and beverages. What is the rate applicable to normal food and beverages? 5%. Even in theatre also it will be 5% rate only that is applicable. Got it? Now concentrate. 3 different situations may happen here. Number 1, situation number 1. First you buy a ticket, movie ticket, and you go to the theatre, and in the interval break you will order for food. Now, what is the rate of GST on theatre and what is the rate of GST on food? Rate of GST on movie ticket is 28%. Rate of GST on food will be 5%. No change. Next, composite supply, mixed supply? No. Why composite supply cannot be applied? Is food mandatory? No, it's not mandatory, because when I go to theatre and all, I will not buy anything over there, because in flask I will carry one bottle like this, okay. In that bottle itself, popcorn, act popcorn and all I will make, and I will put in that bottle and I will take. You understood? Why? Anyhow, Coke I will not drink. No one in my family drinks Coke, etc. and all. And we drink normal water only. And therefore, this bottle anyhow we need to take. And they will not check what is inside the bottle and all. So, inside bottle, we can put popcorn and go. So, therefore, huge amount will be saved. You understood or not? And then in that case, I am not eating. Will they compel? No, no, you have to buy popcorn and Coke. No, it's up to my wish, correct or not? Naturally bundle or not naturally bundle? No, don't look at me. No, it's like, we should not forget the ground, sir. Got it? How much ever we may grow up, The base should not be forgotten. Got it? Coming back to this. So it is not naturally bundled. That's why we will not apply composite supply there. Another example. At the time of booking the movie in Book My Show, the next screen will be food and beverages. And you order the food and beverages. Why? Because you cannot go stand in the queue, no, like sweaty people, and you cannot go and stand, so that the people only can bring and deliver at your seat. For that reason, you will be ordering. Now, in this case, is it composite supply? No. Again, no. Why it is not a composite supply? Sir, it is not mandatory that you need to order food and beverages. So, again, theatre will be 28% and food and beverages will be 5%. Next case, there are some selected theatres wherein they will offer food and beverages as a part of movie ticket itself. Sir, which theatre, sir? No, price and all will be so high. PVR select, PVR director's cut, like that some theatres are there. 1500 rupees, 2000 rupees will be the ticket rate. Then required? Not, no. So therefore 1500, 2000 and that much ticket you are purchasing. So something we should get now. So they will be giving popcorn and coke free. Now this will be coming under composite supply. Yes, by default they are giving. By default they are giving. Now popcorn and coke etc. and all 5%. Theatre 28%. It will become composite supply. What is the rate of principal supply? What is the principal supply there? Movie ticket. What is the rate of GST? 28%. So on entire amount it will be 28%. Are you getting this? One more. Preview theatres are there. Preview theatres means, so the moment the movie final cut is over, so they will be calling all the distributors and all the actors who acted in that movie etc. and all to watch in a preview theatre. There are a lot of preview theatres in Chennai, wherein in that preview theatres, so they will be doing a booking, and as a part of booking for those people, VIPs who are coming, anyhow complimentary food and all will be provided. Again, what should be taken as a rate of GST? It's a composite supply and 28% will be applicable. Understood here? So say this. Food and beverages purchased in a theatre, taxable as individual supplies, taxable at the rate applicable to restaurant, and if the same is purchased along with tickets, then it may attract composite supply. In such case, food and beverages taxable at the rate applicable to entry to cinema hall. Got it? Look into page 9. Page number 9. Gifts by employer to employee not exceeding 50,000 per annum per employee is excluded from supply. That is, generally employer and employer treated as related. If any supply is made by employer to employee, it's a related party transaction. However, when the gifts are given by employer to employee, we need to see what is the value of the gift. If the value of the gift does not exceed 50,000 per annum per employee, then it is not a supply. What if the value of gift exceeds 50,000? Entirely it will be treated as supply. That is this point. And this specified actionable claims already we discussed. What are they? Look into 2 points related to exclusion from supply, 2 CBIC circulars. One is sale of land. Generally sale of land is covered under supply or excluded from supply. Sale of land is excluded from supply. But if the sale of land is a developed land means what? They will incur the expenditure on development, like they will take a normal land, do the leveling, and they will put the road, divide it into plots, and that plots they will be selling. This is known as sale of developed land. This sale of developed land is also excluded from supply, but for the development, if they collect any charges, the development charges alone will be treated as supply. Example, say the land rate is 2000 rupees per square feet, plot 2000 rupees per square feet, and they are collecting 2500. 2000 rupees is for the land and 500 rupees is for the development charges. What is the treatment of that 500 rupees? That 500 rupees is covered under supply. The 2000 rupees is excluded from supply. What if they collect 2500 together? Then it will be treated as excluded from supply, entire 2500. If they show 500 rupees separately as development charges, then only it will be covered under supply. Read this. Sale of land after some development such as leveling, laying down of drainage lines, electricity lines, etc., is also sale of land and excluded from supply. However, services provided for development of land, see this, however, services provided for development of land is not excluded from supply and shall attract GST. Got the clarity about that? So normally sale of land is excluded, sale of developed land also excluded, but only thing towards development charge, if they collect any amount, that alone will come under supply. Then second point you see, perquisites. Perquisites means which are covered under salary offer document given by employer to employee. Will it form part of salary for income tax or it will not form part of salary? In income tax, salaries, perquisites you would have heard of. Whether perquisites is covered under salary or not covered under salary? Covered under salary. Means salary is excluded from supply, am I right? Employee to employer. Due to that reason, on perquisites there is no GST. Read there. Perquisites provided by employer to employee in terms of contractual agreement entered into between them will not be subject to GST when the same are provided in terms of contract. Okay. Next, based on all these points related to employer employee, so we have come across point number 1. Employer and employee are related. That is point number 1. Point number 2. Employee providing services to employer against salary is excluded from supply. Services by employee to employer in the course of employment is excluded from supply. That's the second point we read. Third point what we read is that gifts given by employer to employee, if the value of the gift does not exceed 50,000, then it is not a supply. If it exceeds 50,000 entirely, it will become supply. Fourth point what we have learnt is about this perquisites. Perquisites given by employer to employee is covered under salary, so it is not a supply like that. All these 4 points related to employer employee I have given as 2 charts. Please see that in page number 11. Please see that in page number 11. GST implications on employer-employee relationship. Supply by employee to employer. First is employee to employer. Concentrate employee to employer. Is it goods or service or only services? Only services, because employment contract is a contract of service. So only services. It will be divided into 2. In the course of employment, not in the course of employment. Example, you are a chartered accountant and you have been appointed as a finance manager in a company for a salary of 25 lakhs per annum. Is it supply or excluded from supply? Excluded from supply, because that is in the course of employment. And suppose if it is not in the course of employment, that is you are a finance manager and that company wanted a particular assignment to be done by you, one project appraisal, and for that reason they asked you, can you do the project appraisal? But you are telling, sir, it is not my work. But even then they are asking you and you are doing, for which the company has paid you 1 lakh rupees for doing that project evaluation or appraisal. Is that 1 lakh in the course of employment or not in the course of employment? Not in the course of employment. But is it related to your profession in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. So, and is it for consideration? Yes. So it will become supply under 7(1)(a). Is it clear here? Suppose if it is a salary, it is excluded from supply because it is covered under employment. If it is not a salary but some extra fees that you have got, that is in the course of business and it is for consideration, so it is supply under 7(1)(a). What if it is without consideration? Definitely it is not a supply. Why it is not a supply? Won't it come under 7(1)(c) related party transactions? No. Why it will not come under related party transaction? Right there. If it is not in the course of employment, then employer-employee relationship exist or do not exist? Does not exist. Employer and employee. Employer and employee relationship. Employer and employee relationship does not exist. Employer and employee relationship does not exist if it is not in the course of employment. Means they are not employer-employee. So the question of 7(1)(c) will not arise. Is it clear? Also, what if it is not in the course or furtherance of business? Then also not a supply. Why then also not a supply? See, for 71A or 71C, everywhere it should be in the course or furtherance of business. You check the chart, one table we discussed na, 71A, 71B like that. Previously, we saw this. In this, if you see, for 71A also it should be in the course or furtherance of business. A also it should be in the course or furtherance of business. Related party transaction also it should be in the course or furtherance of business. If it is not in the course or furtherance of business, then it is not a supply. Is it clear here? What you need to remember is just 2 points in this. Salary, not a supply. Any other amount received by employee, if it is in the course or furtherance of business, supply under 71A, otherwise not a supply. Is that clear? Next, look into the next chart. That is supply by employer to employee. Supply by employer to employee. What he can give? Either goods or services. Supply by employer to employee, either goods or services. It may be for consideration or without consideration. Example, concentrate. Usually, employer will be providing canteen facility to the employee. He will collect, like employer will collect some nominal amount. There are a lot of canteens and workers and all will be eating food in the factories and they pay a nominal amount like 10 rupees or 20 rupees like that. Is it covered under supply? Yes. Why? Even though 10 rupees or 20 rupees they are collecting, that's a consideration only na. Due to that reason it will come under supply. See this, supply by employer to employee for a consideration, supply under 71A. Example, canteen facility to employees where food is sold at a concessional rate. What if it is without consideration? Means employer is not collecting anything from the employee. Then what is it? Check whether it is a perquisite or it is a gift. What is the difference between perquisite and gift? Perquisite means it is covered under offer document. Gift means it is not covered under offer document. If it is a perquisite, means covered under offer document, what is the treatment? It is treated as salary. It is treated as salary. So therefore it will come under supply or excluded from supply? Excluded from supply, not a supply, because employee to employer in the course of employment, perquisite form part of salary. What about gift? Gift is covered under salary offer document or not covered under salary offer document? Not covered under salary offer document. And if the value of gift exceeds 50,000 per annum per employee, entire value treated as supply. Say for example, employer gives an iPhone to the employee and the value of the iPhone is say 90,000 rupees. Supply or not a supply? Definitely supply. How much? Extra 40,000 is supply or entire 90,000 is supply? Entire 90,000 is supply. And suppose if employer gives one basic mobile like somewhere like 30,000 rupees like that, one Android mobile to the employee, will it be coming under supply or not a supply? Not a supply, because the value does not exceed 50,000. While doing this value, whether GST to be added or to be excluded, always value excludes GST, because there is one section 15 subsection 2 clause A which says that all taxes, duties and cess by whatever name called other than GST should be included in the value. So, but GST will not be included in the value. Is it clear or not? So, value excludes GST. That is with respect to this. And goods definition, service definition already we discussed. Both the goods and service definition excludes money, and money can be Indian currency or foreign currency or any instrument recognized by RBI, but does not include old currency which is not in circulation. So Indian currency or foreign currency will come in money. Even it includes any instrument recognized by RBI, but old coins, some people will be selling old coins, that will not be coming under money definition. So whether sale of old coins is covered under supply? Yes. Simple here. Goods definition, minus is money. Goods definition minus, excludes is money. Money excludes old coins. Minus into minus plus. Is it clear? An exclusion to the exclusion is inclusion. So therefore sale of old coins will be treated as sale of goods and it will come under supply. Same way. Is cryptocurrency an instrument recognized by RBI? No. Cryptocurrency is not recognized by RBI, so it is not money. Then when we sell the bitcoins, Ethereum coins, etc., whether GST will be payable? Yes. See this, underline. Therefore, sale of old coins and sale of cryptocurrency treated as sale of goods and attracts GST. Then next one, actionable claims means I told you 4 conditions. What are they? Right to receive a benefit, transferable, legally enforceable, and a holder of right is entitled to receive the benefit or recover the debt. Example of actionable claims: bill of exchange, lottery, promissory note, bearer check. Sir, but this bill of exchange, promissory note, bearer check is also covered under money definition. If it is money, then it is excluded. If it is actionable claim, then it is included. So how to understand this? See this chart. So all your doubts related to actionable claims will get clarified in this chart. Carefully listen. Actionable claims are broadly divided into two: covered under money definition, not covered under money definition. Those actionable claims which are covered under money definition, what are they? Bill of exchange, promissory note, bearer check. It is neither goods nor services. But other actionable claims are treated as goods. But in that, only HC block is covered under supply, remaining is not a supply. What is that HC block? Horse racing, betting, etc. That is only covered under supply, others is not a supply. Can you give me example for others? You write down vouchers. Vouchers is an example for others. So lot of gift vouchers and all you get na when you go for shopping, and when you purchase in Lifestyle or Max or etc. places, they give you some gift vouchers. Max gift voucher. So that gift voucher is called as actionable claim. Why, sir? First, you have a right to receive benefit, legally enforceable, transferable. The holder of that voucher will be receiving. But is it covered under HC block? No. That's why it is not a supply. Understood? Then look into the next page. Important points related to specified actionable claims. All the specified actionable claims are treated as goods. All the specified actionable claims are treated as goods. And what will be the rate of GST applicable to specified actionable claims? 28%. And these two differences already I told you. Online gaming versus online money gaming. Online gaming is what? Whenever you play a game by spending money, that is online gaming. Offering a game on internet or electronic network and includes online money gaming. Only online money gaming is covered under specified actionable claims, but not online gaming. Then online gaming will be treated as what? OIDR services. What is the meaning of OIDR services? Online information database access retrieval services. Online information database access or retrieval services. What does it mean? Your OTT platforms. Example, any service which is provided over internet is a OIDR services. So I am also taking classes in online live, that will be coming under OIDR services. Is it clear? Any service which is provided over internet, online services, will come under OIDR service. So online money gaming will be treated like that. Example, this GTA, Minecraft, these are all examples. But online money gaming, you see, online gaming in which player pay or deposit money, they will deposit money or money's worth, including virtual digital asset. Even they can use cryptocurrency also for playing the games. In the expectation of, that is important, in the expectation of, underline that, in the expectation of winning money or money's worth, including virtual digital assets in any event, including game, scheme, competition or any other activity or process, whether or not its outcome or performance is based on skill or chance or both. This definition they amended, they have added this online money gaming to include this because there is one very big case between Dream11 and GST department. Okay, so Dream11, if you search for GST notice, so Dream11 got a GST notice for 28,000 crores. 28,000 crores is the notice for Dream11, which means what could be their turnover? 28% GSTR, 28,000 divided by 0.28, which means their turnover is 1 lakh crore. On 1 lakh crore, they have been served a GST notice to pay 28,000 crore rupees. But Dream11 said, sir, ours is not a betting platform. You understood? Ours is not a betting platform. Ours is a game of skill. Only a person, ours is not a game of chance. Ours is a game of skill. Only a person who is having skill can play the Dream11. Otherwise, no one can play. So, due to that reason, don't classify it under betting activity. So, we are not required to pay GST because at that time, only lottery, betting and gambling was covered under supply. All others are excluded from supply. So Dream11 said we will not come under betting and gambling, so we are not required to pay GST. Now also again they will argue this, correct or not. For that reason, so they have made the amendment to the definition and they are telling whether it is a game of skill or game of chance or both, it is an online money gaming, pay GST. Is it clear? So let it be online, the money gaming, game of skill or game of chance or game of both. And whether the same is permissible or otherwise. Awesome. Same is permissible or otherwise means even if it is illegal, even if it is not permitted. You understood? It is like, so in Mumbai, one bookie, that is this cricket betting and all they do now, they are called as bookies. And one bookie was caught. And when he was caught, GST department asked him to pay GST. But he is telling, sir, whatever I am doing is illegal activity, why should I pay tax? For which, again, GST department said that you have to pay, whether it is legal or illegal, but tomorrow to avoid the dispute, they brought that here itself. Whether it is permissible or otherwise, under any law for the time being in force, okay. When it is not permissible, then how can they collect tax? But they are collecting. Next, HC block is goods or services. HC block is goods or services. Goods. Then, is there a possibility of supplier outside India? Yes, there are many betting apps where the supplier is located outside India. Dream11 also left the country. Delta Corp, like that, one gaming company is there, that also they have left the country. All gaming like online money gaming suppliers are outside India. Then, whenever you are importing goods, online money gaming is goods. Whenever you are importing goods, actually which tax will come? GST or customs? Customs, which means customs duty is payable, correct or not? But GST law says no, even though it is goods, on import of it GST is only applicable, customs is not applicable. Customs means people will easily escape. That's why they are telling GST is applicable. Read this. Even though HC block is treated as goods, import of the same is not covered under Customs Act but chargeable to IGST. Then all these things we have discussed, donations, etc. Look into the next area, meaning of person, page number 14. What is the meaning of person under GST? This I told you. What is the meaning of person under GST? Same as meaning of person under Income Tax Act plus central government or state government will be meaning of person under GST. And here, what is the meaning of person under Income Tax Act? Individual, HUF, company, firm, AOP, cooperative society, local authority, artificial juridical person and any other body corporate. This is the regular meaning under Income Tax Act, that already you know. Extra what you need to add? Central government and state government. Then in this regard you need to remember one term, taxable person. What is the meaning of a taxable person? A person who is registered or liable to get registered. Liable to get registered means what? They cross the threshold limit. So they cross the aggregate turnover limit and they need to register but not yet registered. They are called as liable to get registered. Is it clear? So taxable person means registered person under GST or a person liable to get registered. Then meaning of business, you see. Why meaning of business is essential? Because many places we have come across in the course are furtherance of business. So what is that meaning of business? So I'll tell you one easy way to remember. One very simple way. Except personal activities, everything else is business. You understood? In exam you will never get this problem. Because the moment they give the question, no, almost business activities only they will give in question. Personal activities, if it comes, then what is your answer? It is not in the course or furtherance of business. Easy? They give one line here. From reading the question itself, you will identify. If they give it as a personal transaction, it is not in the course or furtherance of business. Otherwise, it will be business. Okay, let's see the meaning of business now. But I gave you a shortcut. What is a shortcut? Personal activities only, not business. All other activities will be business. See there, general activities, trade, commerce, manufacture. Trade means what? Sale of goods. Commerce means service sector. warehousing, insurance, banking, etc. That will be commerce. Manufacture means conversion of raw material into finished goods. Profession, occasion, adventure. These three are related to skills. So example, chartered accountant, advocate, engineer, etc. is profession. Then occasion. Occasion means whenever you get the skill not by way of qualification. If you get the skill by way of qualification, it is profession. When you get the skill by way of experience, then it will be called as occasion. Example, acting is a occasion, dancing is a occasion, singing is a occasion, astrology is a occasion. Got it? Next, adventure. That is not your main activity, but you are doing it as a passion. Example, a chartered accountant, profession. Acting in movie, adventure. Is it clear? And a doctor, profession, and conducting magic show, that will be coming under adventure. Is it clear? And advocate, profession, and advocate dances in the auditorium, Bharatanatyam dance, it will be coming under adventure. Is it clear? So being in your regular activities, profession or occasion, when you do something new, that is adventure. One more example, an actor making some paintings and selling those paintings will come under adventure. Being an actor is occasion. When they make some paintings, that will come under adventure. Wager means betting activity or any other similar activity. So what is the general meaning of business? Come on. Trade, commerce, manufacture. Then profession, occasion, adventure, wager or any other similar activity. Its incidental or ancillary is also covered. Incidental or ancillary means connected to it. For example, you know, like I am taking classes and this is incidental or ancillary to my profession. And same way, if a chartered accountant author books and gets a royalty income, that is also incidental or ancillary to his profession. Is it clear or not? So incidental or ancillary means connecting to the main activities. Then irrespective of the volume or frequency, sir, I started business, sir, only 2 days I did business, then I closed down the business, still it is business? Yes, irrespective of the volume or frequency. Whether or not for a pecuniary benefit. Pecuniary benefit means profit motive. Whether profit motive is present or not, it will be business. Example, so this in temple they sell prasadam, trade, that will come under trade, but not for profit motive. And they will be selling dairies, calendars, etc. and all in many temples. Again, is it for profit motive? No, it's not for profit motive. Even then it will come under trade and it will come under business. Is it clear? What are the three additional points? Incidental or ancillary, irrespective of volume or frequency, whether or not for a pecuniary benefit. These are some specific activities which will always be treated as business. First one, entry tickets. All entry tickets is business, and holding an office accepted in the course or furtherance of trade, profession or occasion. That is, generally I am a person, say I am a doctor and I became head of the Indian Medical Association. For becoming the head of Indian Medical Association, I will receive some money. That will be coming under holding an office. What is the office that I am holding now? Head of Indian Medical Association, accepted in the course or furtherance of trade, occasion or profession. Suppose if there is a temple and I am a doctor and I became a treasurer of the temple, for which I get some money. Is it covered under business? No. Why it is not covered under business? Because not connected to my trade, profession or occasion. Correct or not? I told you, personal activity. Personal activity will not come under business. Then supply of goods or services in connection with commencement or closure of business. What is that? That is, I am starting a restaurant and in that restaurant I wanted to install 5 ACs, but in the wholesale market minimum I need to buy 10 ACs. So I purchased 10 ACs at 30,000 rupees. I installed 5 ACs in my restaurant. Remaining 5 ACs, I sold it for 5,000 rupees profit. That is 35,000 rupees I sold. Is the sale of AC my business? No. Restaurant is my business, but it is in connection with commencement of business. Same way when we shut down the business, so whatever assets that are there in the business, we will be selling. Is that our business? No, but it is in connection with closure of business. See there. Any supply of goods or service in connection with commencement or closure of business. Then this point already I told you. So members, that is, there is an association, Resident Welfare Association, which will be providing facilities to its members. Provision of facilities or benefits to its members by a club, society or association. Then all activities of race club including betting activities, and all activities of government. All activities of government is also business activities. So this is the specific meaning. Now what you need to know is that this they have not tested so far. That's the reason why I just like gave you a quick glance at it. You don't have to put any effort on this, because in exam almost all activities given in the questions will be business activities. Rarely we will find not business, that is personal activities. Just keep that in mind, that is enough. Then meaning of related already we discussed, and this circular also we discussed. See this circular, page 16. Whether owning a control interest in the form of shares by a holding company in subsidiary company is supply of service. We discussed one question, hope you remember. That is, there is a holding company transferring the shares to the subsidiary company, etc. and all. But there the shares are neither goods nor services. That's the reason why it will not come. Activity of holding shares of subsidiary company by a holding company cannot be treated as supply of service and cannot be taxed under GST. Why it cannot be taxed under GST? As shares are neither goods nor services. Then see this. What are the goods not liable to tax? So you tell me, non-taxable supplies. Already we discussed. What are non-taxable supplies? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption and petroleum products. These two are non-taxable supplies. Then various supplies. See this table. Total, the supplies are divided into 4. Taxable supplies, exempted supplies, non-taxable supplies, and zero rated supplies. Now whatever we have discussed is non-taxable supplies, that is alcoholic liquor for human consumption and petroleum products. Then what are zero rated supplies? Read there. Supply of goods or services, or goods or services. What is that? Export. Whenever you are exporting goods or services, or supply of goods or services to SEZ unit or developer with respect to underline authorized operations. Not all supplies to SEZ will come under zero rated supplies, only for authorized operations. Sir, zero rated means the rate of GST is 0? No, the rate of GST is not 0. The burden of GST will become 0. Means first you need to pay GST and then get the refund. Then only it will be burden 0. Why we need to pay and that get refund, sir? First you pay, prove that really it is export or supply to SEZ, and then get the refund. So the burden, tax burden will become 0. That's why it is called as zero rated supplies. Is it clear? So tell me, what are zero rated supplies? Come on. Export of goods or services, supply of goods or services to SEZ. These two are zero rated supplies. Non-taxable supplies also two. What are they? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption and petroleum products. Exempted supply. There are 3 exempted supplies. Number 1, notified as exempted. Government from time to time will notify certain transactions as exempted. That is known as notified as exempted. Nil rated means the rate of GST will be nil, or non-taxable. Just now we discussed non-taxable. These 3 will come under exempted supplies. See there. Goods or services which attract nil rate of tax, are wholly exempt from tax, and includes non-taxable supplies. The balancing figure is known as taxable supplies remaining. You can see the chart here to understand. First, supply of goods or services. In that, not chargeable to GST, that is GST not payable. Why GST not payable? Maybe it is not leviable to GST, or leviable to GST but nil rated or notified for non-payment. All these 3 will come under exempted. Got it? What are exempted? Notified for non-payment, nil rated, non-leviable means non-taxable. These 3 are treated as exempted. So the balancing figure is known as taxable supplies. Got it? Whether all these taxable, exempted, non-taxable and zero rated come in aggregate turnover? Yes. What is the need of aggregate turnover? Whenever my aggregate turnover exceeds a particular threshold limit, I need to register and pay GST. What is that threshold limit? Some cases 10 lakhs, some cases 20 lakhs, and some cases 40 lakhs. Like that, we have threshold limit. As and when you cross that threshold limit, you need to register. What should cross the threshold limit? My aggregate turnover. When my aggregate turnover exceeds the threshold limit, I need to register and pay GST. So while computing aggregate turnover, whether all the supplies are included, yes, taxable, exempted, non-taxable, zero rated, everything will be coming into aggregate turnover, and aggregate turnover will be computed on all India basis. Now listen, Taskmark you take, what they will be selling? Liquor. Taxable or non-taxable? Non-taxable. And are they required to register or not required to get registered? If a person is making only non-taxable supplies, they are not required to register. But they will also sell other things. What other things they will be selling? Water bottle. Good experience, I think. So water bottle, paper cup, then beverages, soda, pickle, chips, then groundnuts, like that, side dish. Main dish and side dish, both they will be selling. Main dish is non-taxable, side dish is taxable. Now you club these two. Now you club these two. Will it cross 40 lakhs? Will it cross 40 lakhs? Easily, sir. Per day itself it will cross, sir. Why in a year? So easily it will cross. Whether they need to register or not? Yes. So that's what the beauty of aggregate turnover is. Why are we adding exempted supplies? If you add exempted supplies, the overall turnover crosses the threshold limit, because of which we are required to get registered. Understood? So say this. Aggregate turnover means taxable supplies, exempted supplies, exports, interstate supplies of persons having same permanent account number to be computed on what basis? All India basis, but excludes inward supply on which tax is payable by a person on reverse charge, and GST. GST group is also excluded. Means CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST and compensations will not be coming in aggregate turnover. Understood here? Why inward supply is excluded? Here, turnover means what? Sales. Inward supplies means what? Why in sales purchases will be included? In sales purchases will not be included. What is the meaning of RCM? Reverse charge mechanism means what? Generally, who will pay GST to government? Supplier will pay GST to government. But in some cases, recipient will pay GST to government. That is known as reverse charge mechanism. Remember, R for RCM, R for recipient. Is it clear? So in case of RCM, who will pay GST to government? Recipient. For example, I am supplier. I am making a supply to you. You are my recipient. Generally under FCM, forward charge mechanism, who will pay GST to government? Supplier will pay GST to government and in turn recover it from the recipient. Who is having burden? A recipient. Okay. Whereas in case of RCM, I am supplier. I will make supply to you. I will not pay GST to government. You only should pay GST to government and you are only having burden. Let it be FCM or RCM. Ultimately the burden is on recipient. Is it clear? But what differs is who pay GST to government. Under FCM, who will pay GST to government? Supplier. Very good. And in case of RCM, who will pay GST to government? Recipient. That is this. So whenever there are some inward supplies on which tax is payable by a person on reverse charge, that will not be included in aggregate turnover. Even GST group not included in aggregate turnover. What is the purpose of this aggregate turnover? Registration. Many places we come across aggregate turnover, and mainly for registration purposes aggregate turnover is used. As and when aggregate turnover exceeds a particular limit, we are required to register and pay GST. Can we see what are those limits? Say this. So those limits also we need to understand. Just go to registration chapter. Go to registration chapter. Take page number 137. Take page number 137, 137 and see there threshold limit. Remember here, whenever aggregate turnover, whenever my aggregate turnover, ATO means aggregate turnover, exceeds threshold limit, I am required to get registered. Just now we completed what is the meaning of aggregate turnover. What and all will come in aggregate turnover? 4. 4 plus 2 minus. What are those 4 plus? Exempted, non-taxable, 0 rated. 2 minus inward supply under RCM, GST group, CGST, SGST. Okay. Now we need to understand what is the threshold limit. Then only that person is required to get registered. Correct? Now, what is the threshold limit? If a person is engaged in business only in one state, then the limit will be 10 lakhs if that state is in MMTN. Today only we discussed MMTN. What is that? Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. What is the limit? 10 lakhs. Whether you are engaged in supply of goods or supply of services, the limit will be 10 lakhs. For U stamp, what is that U stamp? U for Uttarakhand, S for Sikkim, okay, T Telangana, T for Telangana, A Arunachal Pradesh, M Meghalaya, P Pondicherry. The limit will be 20 lakhs. Let it be goods or services. And for all other states, if they are exclusively engaged in supply of goods, 40 lakhs. If they are supplying both goods and services or services, then it will be 20 lakhs. Is it clear? So 20 lakhs limit is for services, 40 lakhs limit is for goods. What if they are doing both goods and services? The limit will be, come on, 20 lakhs. Is it clear? And so 3 points you need to remember. First, if they are doing business in a single state, 3 points. What is the first point you need to remember? If they are doing business in MMTN, what is MMTN? Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. The limit will be 10 lakhs, either goods or services. If they are doing business in a single state and that single state is in U stamp, what is U stamp? Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Telangana, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya and P, Puducherry. Then the limit will be 20 lakhs. All other states, the limit will be 40 lakhs if it is goods. If it is goods or services, 20 lakhs is the limit. Then look into the next one. If a person is engaged in business in many states, they are doing business in multiple states. First point, one of the state is in MMTN. Out of the multiple states, one state is in MMTN and taxable supplies are made in that state. Taxable supplies are made in that state. Then in that case, the limit will be 10 lakhs. One of the state is in MMTN and taxable supplies are made in that state. Then it is 10 lakhs. Then none of the state is in MMTN U stamp. Already we know what is MMTN, what is U stamp. None of the states is in MMTN U stamp and engaged in exclusive supply of goods. Then the limit will be 40 lakhs. All other cases, the limit will be 20 lakhs. So tell me what are the 3 points you need to remember. Come on. One of the state is in MMTN, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland and. So this is important. Both conditions should be satisfied and taxable supplies are made in that state. What is the limit? 10 lakhs. None of the state is in MMTN U stamp and they are engaged in supply of goods. Then the limit will be, and all other cases the limit will be 20 lakhs. Now say this aggregate turnover will be computed on all India basis and not state wise. The limit of 40 lakhs is applicable only in case of exclusive supply of goods. However, interest income is allowed. What does it mean? See, concentrate. I am exclusively engaged in supply of goods. I have only one other income, that is interest income. Still I am called as exclusive supply of goods, so 40 lakhs limit will be applicable. Is it clear? I am exclusively engaged in supply of goods means fully I should be in goods, but one relaxation they give. What is that one relaxation? Interest income. Suppose I am doing goods plus only one service, that is delivery service. Now will it be called as exclusive supply of goods? No. So the limit of 40 lakhs will not come. Got it? Next. However, interest income is allowed. That's an important point. If a person is engaged in exclusive supply of services or supply of both goods and services, the limit of 20 lakhs or 10 lakhs should be considered. And these are the cases where 40 lakhs is not applicable. What are those cases? If they voluntarily get registered. If a person voluntarily get registered, then 40 lakhs not applicable. Persons who are compulsorily required to get registered under 24. There are some people who are mandatorily required to get registered. For them also 40 lakhs limit is not applicable. There is something called as compulsory registration. Irrespective of the limit, you need to register. Or person making exclusive supply of ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco and tobacco products, bricks and roofing tiles. If a person is engaged in supply of these goods, they cannot go for 40 lakhs limit. Only 20 lakhs limit will be applicable. What are those goods? Ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco and tobacco products, bricks and roofing tiles. Okay. Then you have any notebook with you? Yes. So take that notebook, close this book for some time. Close this book for some time. Take your notebook. If you don't have notebook, beg, borrow one page from a student sitting next to you. Yes. Sir, I don't have pen also. Catch one share auto, go to Marina Beach, go and fall in Bay of Bengal. Okay. Pen also, if you don't have, then why here? Write down. Illustration number 1. All these are questions on registration. You need to tell me the answer. Okay. Write down. Question number 1. Question number 1. Say this. So A Limited is the person. A Limited is the person. They are doing business in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Nagaland. Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Nagaland. Taxable supplies. Taxable supplies, exempt supplies. Taxable supplies, exempt supplies. Tamil Nadu, and this is goods only. Goods only. Goods only. Both are goods. Tamil Nadu, 10 lakhs taxable supplies. Karnataka, 5 lakhs. And Nagaland, 3 lakhs. Whereas exempt supplies, 5 lakhs Tamil Nadu, 2 lakhs Karnataka, and we don't have anything. Now, tell me, are they required to get registered? And what is their applicable threshold limit? What is their applicable threshold limit? Why applicable threshold limit is 10 lakhs? They are doing business in single state or multiple states? Multiple states. And one of the state is in MMTN. And taxable supplies are made from that state. So the limit will be, why not 40 lakhs? Why not 40 lakhs? For 40 lakhs, none of the states should be in MMTN use stamp. Any one state is in MMTN use stamp, they will not get 40 lakhs limit. Is it clear? So therefore, out of the given state, one state is in Nagaland, MMTN use stamp. That's the reason why 40 lakhs limit will not come. So 10 lakhs is the limit. Is it clear? So write down aggregate turnover equals to ATO equals to 10 plus 10, 20, 25 lakhs. Aggregate turnover is 25 lakhs. And what is the applicable threshold limit? What is the applicable threshold limit? Respond. 10 lakhs. Applicable threshold limit is 10 lakhs. Why applicable threshold limit is 10 lakhs? Because one of the state is a special category state and taxable supplies are made from that state. Write down as one of the state is in MMTN, as one of the state is in MMTN and taxable supplies are made from that state. And taxable supplies are made from that state. and taxable supplies are made from that state. Now, whether A Limited is liable to get registered or not liable to get registered. A Limited is liable to get registered. A Limited is liable to get registered. Where they should register? All the 3 states? Mandatorily? Yes. Liable to get registered in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Nagaland. So they will have 3 registrations: Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Nagaland. Now one registration to another registration is known as distinct person. Is it clear? Next. Write down below. Illustration 2. This is illustration 1. Illustration 2. What will be your answer in illustration 1? Right? What will be your answer in illustration 1 if? What will be your answer in illustration 1 if? Nagaland is replaced with Telangana. Nagaland is replaced with Telangana. So same question, but Nagaland is replaced with Telangana. Then what is the aggregate turnover? Aggregate turnover 25 lakhs. What is the applicable threshold limit? Not 10 lakhs, it will be 20 lakhs. Still, why not 40 lakhs? Because it is in use stamp. MMTN use stamp, you will not get 40 lakhs. Is it clear? So still the limit will be, respond here, 20 lakhs. Still the limit will be 20 lakhs. And write down ATO equals to 25 lakhs. ATO equals to 25 lakhs. Applicable threshold limit equals to 10 lakhs. Sorry, applicable threshold limit equals to 20 lakhs. Applicable threshold limit equals to 20 lakhs. Okay, below that, 40 lakhs limit not applicable. 40 lakhs limit not applicable if one of the state, 40 lakhs limit not applicable if one of the state is in MMTN use stamp. In exam, write all the states. Okay, here you remember MMTN use stamp, but in exam you write that full. Got it? MMTN use stamp. So what is your answer? Therefore, A Limited is liable to get registered, right? Therefore, A Limited is liable to get registered. Where? In Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Telangana. Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Telangana. Illustration 3. Illustration 3. What will be your answer in illustration 1? What will be your answer in illustration 1 if? What will be your answer in illustration 1 if Nagaland is replaced with Kerala? Nagaland is replaced with Kerala. What will be your answer in illustration 1 if Nagaland is replaced with Kerala? What is the limit? Sure. Very good. 40 lakhs. Because they are exclusively engaged in supply of goods and none of the states is in MMTN use stamp. Due to that reason, applicable limit is 40 lakhs. So write down ATO equals to 25 lakhs. ATO equals to 25 lakhs. Applicable threshold limit equals to 40 lakhs. as none of the states, as none of the given states, as none of the given states is in, as none of the given states is in MMTNU stamp, as none of the given states is in MMTNU stamp. Next, therefore, A Limited not required to or not liable to get registered. Why? Their aggregate turnover is only 25 lakhs, but applicable limit will be 40 lakhs. Therefore, A Limited not liable to get registered. A Limited not liable to get registered. Next, illustration 4. Illustration 4. What is your answer in illustration 1? You write multiple combinations, so all the provisions will get covered in one illustration itself. Okay. What will be your answer in illustration 1? What will be your answer in illustration 1? If taxable supplies in Nagaland, if taxable supplies in Nagaland is replaced with exempted supplies, is replaced with exempted supplies in Nagaland. You understood the question? So taxable supplies were there in Nagaland. That is not taxable supplies. Now it moved to exempted supplies. That is in this question, this 3 lakhs, moved to this place, exempted supplies place. Then what is your answer? What is the applicable limit? 40 lakhs. Definitely 40 lakhs will not come. Okay. MMTNU stamp 40 lakhs should not come. You understood? MMTNU stamp 40 lakhs should never come. The moment you see MMTNU stamp, forget about 40 lakhs. In the given states, if Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Telangana, Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya is there, Pondicherry, you should never apply 40 lakhs. Okay. You may be doing taxable supply or you may be doing exempted supply, irrelevant. You have that list, MMTNU stamp, 40 lakhs will not come. So 40 lakhs will not come. So now the confusion is between 10 or 20. 20. Why? The first point says, if one of the state is in MMTN, if one of the state is in MMTN and taxable supplies are made from that state, one of the state is in MMTN and I told you, that's why, and taxable supplies are made in that state. Here one of the state is in MMTN, but taxable supplies are not made, exempted supplies is made. That's the reason why this 10 lakhs will not come. 40 lakhs also will not come because none of the state is in MMTNU stamp, then only 40. But here one state is in that list. So 40 also will not come. So therefore, what is the balance? 20 lakhs. Write down. ATO equals to 25 lakhs. ATO equals to 25 lakhs. Applicable threshold limit equals to 20 lakhs. Applicable threshold limit equals to 20 lakhs. Below write down, first bullet point, 10 lakhs limit not applicable, 10 lakhs limit not applicable as they are not making taxable supplies in Nagaland. 10 lakhs limit not applicable as they are not making taxable supplies in Nagaland. Next bullet point, 40 lakhs limit not applicable, 40 lakhs limit not applicable as one state is in, as one state is in MMTN, MMTN use stamp, as one state is in MMTN use stamp. Therefore, A Limited is liable to get registered. Therefore, A Limited is liable to get registered. Where? In Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, but not in Nagaland. Right. In Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, but not in Nagaland. Why, sir? Because in Nagaland, what they are doing? So you need to register. Whether that is counted for aggregate turnover, that is counted for aggregate turnover, but we don't have to register in Nagaland because we are not making taxable supplies in Nagaland, we are making only exempted supplies. So remember, whenever you are liable to get registered, you need to register only in those states from where you are making taxable supplies. So you need to register in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, but not in Nagaland. Okay. In brackets write down, however, Nagaland is treated as a distinct person. However, Nagaland is treated as a distinct person to Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. To Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. To Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. You explain me, what does it mean? What is the meaning of distinct person generally? One registration to another registration. When I have a establishment in another state, concentrate, when I have a establishment in another state, even though that establishment is not separately registered, that is also my distinct person. Is it clear? There are 2 points in distinct person. One registration to another registration. One registered establishment in this state to another unregistered. Another unregistered establishment in another state is also distinct person. Is it clear? So, for Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, you have obtained registration only in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, but Nagaland will also become distinct person. Is it clear? Next, illustration 5. Illustration 5. Say this, you are doing business, A Limited is doing business in Tamil Nadu, A Limited is doing business in Tamil Nadu, and they are engaged in supply of goods. That supply of goods is 35 lakhs. That supply of goods is 35 lakhs, and they have interest income. That interest income is 3 lakhs. Okay. Another illustration, illustration 6. A Limited, Tamil Nadu, goods 35 lakhs, delivery services 3 lakhs. Now, what is the aggregate turnover in both the cases? Aggregate turnover means total 38 lakhs. What is the applicable threshold limit? First case, second case, very good. Applicable limit, applicable threshold limit here 40 lakhs. Here applicable threshold limit 20 lakhs. First case, liable to register or not liable to register? Not liable to register. Second case, liable to register. Understood here? So got the clarity about the threshold limits for registration? You will not forget na. One last time you tell me 6 points. With that we can move back to the supply itself, supply chapter itself. Just 6 points you need to remember now. What are those 6 points? You are doing business in single state and that state is in MMTN. Limit will be, that state is in U stamp. Limit will be, that is not in MMTN U stamp, other states, and you are doing only goods. Other cases 20 lakhs, very good. Then you are doing business in multiple states. One of the state is in MMTN and taxable supplies are made from that state. 20 lakhs or 10 lakhs, 10 lakhs. None of the state is in MMTN U stamp and you are exclusively engaged in supply of goods, 40 lakhs. Other cases 20 lakhs, okay. And if you have only interest income, 40 lakhs. Still it is treated as exclusively engaged in supply of goods. Now concentrate one more point, that is, if you see lot of small shops in Tamil Nadu wherein they sell ice cream along with the other goods, normal shops like provision stores etc. There will be one fridge, in that fridge they will be selling ice cream. Can they go for 40 lakhs limit? You understood my question? You see this, open this book and take this page 137 and respond to my query. There is a shop in Tamil Nadu. That shop is selling provision stores, all provisional items like soap, toothpaste, etc. and all. And they have a refrigerator. In the refrigerator, they will be selling ice cream. Can they go for 40 lakhs limit? Yes, yes, yes. Because if they are only engaged in supply of ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco products, and bricks and roofing tiles, they will not get 40 lakhs limit. You can see the last point. So persons making exclusive supply of ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco products, exclusive supply of, you understood? Persons making exclusive supply of, can you see that? Exclusive supply of, okay. So if they are making exclusive supply of ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, then only they will not get 40 lakhs limit. So a pan shop is there which will sell pan masala, tobacco products. Can they go for 40 lakhs? No. And there is an ice cream shop, iBacco. Can they go for 40 lakhs limit? No. But a normal shop which sells pan masala or ice cream, can they go for 40 lakhs limit? Yes. This is only for exclusive supply. Got it? Then come back to supply chapter. We completed the discussion up to aggregate turnover and look into the next one, meaning of distinct persons. As this distinct persons has got some connection there, registration, that's why I explained that and I am coming back here, okay. Read the meaning of distinct person, page number 18. So who are called as distinct persons? Come on, one registration of a person to their another registration is a distinct person. And this already we know. So when I have multiple registration, one registration to another registration, registered establishment of a person in a state and unregistered establishment of that person in another state is also distinct person. I have a registered establishment in this state pa, and in another state I have an unregistered establishment. How come you can have an unregistered establishment? Already I told you. Then they are also treated as distinct person. First of all, when a person is required to obtain multiple registrations, if I am doing multiple business in different state, separate registration with respect to each state, mandatory or optional? Mandatory. I am doing multiple business in same state but in different place of business, then optional. Say for example, in Tamil Nadu I am doing business in Chennai, Coimbatore, Madurai. Now should I go for separate registration? No, optional. Either I can go for separate registration or I can continue with single registration. Multiple business, same state, same place. Ground floor jewelry shop, first floor garment shop, next floor provision store, thereafter next floor footwear shop, thereafter food court, thereafter cinema theatre, everything in one building only. Multiple business. Can I go for separate registration? No, because the place is same. even though you do a number of business, but the same place cannot obtain separate registration. Is it clear? Now, another establishment in another state, whether registered or not registered, treated as distinct person. See this. A Limited is doing business in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Telangana, and they are making taxable supply 10 lakhs and 3 lakhs, exempt supply 2 lakhs and 4 lakhs. What is their aggregate turnover? Total 10 plus 3 plus 2 plus 4 plus 3, 22 lakhs. What is their applicable limit? 20 lakhs. Why 20 lakhs? Why not 40 lakhs? Sir, they are doing business in Telangana, so you will not get 40 lakhs limit. MMTN use term, no 40 lakhs limit. And are they in MMTN and making taxable supplies? They are not in MMTN. That's why 10 lakhs will not come. You understood? 10 lakhs will not come because they are not doing business in Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. 40 lakhs limit will not come. Why 40 lakhs limit will not come? Because one of the state is in MMTN use stamp. So due to that reason, the applicable limit will be 20 lakhs. What is their aggregate turnover? 22 lakhs, which exceeds 20 lakhs. Are they required to get registered or not required to get registered? Required to get registered. And where and all they should register? In Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, but not in Telangana. Now, they will have only 2 registrations. Now, Tamil Nadu, A Limited in Tamil Nadu, A Limited in Karnataka. Whether they are distinct persons? Yes. Because one registration to another registration. Now, A Limited Tamil Nadu, A Limited Telangana, they don't have separate GST. Will they also be treated as distinct person? Yes. One registered establishment in this state and another registered establishment in another state. That is also distinct persons. Got it? Then, whether Karnataka and Telangana also distinct persons? Yes. Then next one you see, meaning of recipient. Generally, who will be called as recipient? If consideration is involved, the person who is liable to pay consideration is the recipient. If consideration is not involved, the one who receives the goods or the one who receives the services will be the recipient. Simple. If consideration is involved, the one who is liable to pay, not who is paying, liable to pay. For example, I enter into contract with holding company. Carefully listen. I enter into contract with holding company, but I provided services to the subsidiary company. Now, who is liable to pay consideration to me? Holding company, because I entered into contract with holding company, even though I provide services to subsidiary company, but the one who is liable to pay me consideration is holding company. So, who will be called as recipient? That holding company only. Got it? The one who is liable to pay consideration. If consideration is not involved, very simple, the one who receives the goods or services. This classification already we discussed. Then look into meaning of works contract, that also already I told you. What is the meaning of works contract? A contract involving both goods and services in relation to immobile property. Highlight that, in relation to immobile property, then only it will be called as works contract against a single consideration. Okay. And job work, this also I told you, that is when I do the process on the goods belonging to other person, that will be called as job work. Carrying out process on the goods belonging to other registered person, and the words job worker shall be construed accordingly. Just remember that, that is sufficient. Then see this, determining taxability of an activity or transaction. So first we need to check whether an activity is supply or not. If the activity is not a supply, this chart will be helpful for answering the first question. Your first question will be a 10 marks question. I'll just show you this. So let me take one question paper. So September question paper I will take. So in this, you can see section B. In section B, 5A and 5B, 15 marks. First question is for 15 marks, and that's a compulsory question you need to write. In that 15 marks, first question is on computation of net GST payable, 10 marks, wherein lot of transactions they will be giving, lot of transactions. Okay, when they give lot of transactions, there are some inward supplies, there are some outward supplies, etc. And you need to do all these things. And finally, what is that you need to compute? From the information above, compute the output tax liability and input tax credit available for DF Private Limited. You understood? This is a usual template. And what we need to see is that, first of all, when you read the transaction, you need to check whether that activity is supply or not a supply. If the activity is not a supply, what should be our answer? GST not payable. But what is the explanation that you will give? As per section 7 of CGST Act, the said activity is not a supply. Why it is not a supply? Maybe it is covered under exclusions, correct? So now what will you write if you are getting an exclusion point, say employee, salary, etc. As per section 7, subsection 2, read with schedule 3 of CGST Act, the said activity is excluded from supply. Consequently, GST payable or not payable? Not payable. Like that you will write. Suppose if it is not excluded from supply but not covered in 7 subsection 1, then what will you write? As per section 7 subsection 1, the said activity is not covered under the inclusions. Consequently, it is not a supply and GST not payable. You understood here? First you need to check 7 subsection 2. If it is in 7 subsection 2, no doubt it is not a supply. If it is not in 7 subsection 2, then check inclusions. If it is not in inclusions also, then it is not a supply and GST not payable. Suppose if the activity is supply, what is the next aspect that you need to check? You need to check whether it is taxable or exempted. If it is exempted, taxable is balancing figure. What is exempted is given. Suppose if it is exempted, what is your answer? GST payable or not payable? Not payable. How you know it is exempted? We have to refer to notification 12 of 2017 and the reference will be section 11. So you will write like as per, come on, as per section 11, read with notification number 12 of 2017, the said activity is exempted and therefore GST not payable. Understood? Then suppose if it is not exempted, then the said activity will be taxable. First you are checking supply. The first aspect is supply. And suppose if it is supply, second aspect you will check is taxable or exempted. If it is taxable, then you need to see who is liable to pay GST. And RCM is notified. So section 9 subsection 3 read with notification 13 of 2017. Goods related provisions you don't have, only service related provisions you have. So you need to remember 13 of 2017. Is it clear? So 12 2017 for what? List of services which are exempted. 13 2017 for what? List of services which are covered under RCM. Got it? Suppose if it is covered under RCM, who is liable to pay GST to government? Recipient is liable to pay GST to government. Suppose if it is not covered under RCM, then balancing figure is what? FCM. So whenever it is FCM, check whether they are registered. The person is registered. If the person is not registered, then again GST not payable. You understood the next aspect? See, even though the transaction is taxable, but the person is not registered, so they are not required to pay GST. Be careful. Don't write the, like service as exempted. See, service is taxable. First it is supply, service is taxable, but the person who is providing that service is unregistered, then GST will not be payable. Is it clear? But the service will be taxable. Understood? For example, there is a newly started restaurant. 20 lakhs after they cross only they need to register and pay. Correct or not? Up to 20 lakhs, whether their service is supply? Yes. Whether it is taxable? Yes. But why GST not payable? Because they are not required to get registered. Understood? So, supplier is liable to pay. Whether such supplier is liable to get registered? Yes. GST payable. What if recipient is liable to pay GST? They are compulsorily required to get registered and they need to pay GST unless they are exempted from registration. Compulsorily they are required to get registered and pay. Got it? Can you remember this? First, what are the 3 cases where GST is not payable? If the activity is not a supply. Or number 2, exempted supply. Number 3, not registered. Not registered. I asked you when GST not payable. Number 1, when the activity is not a supply. Number 2, the activity is supply but it is exempted. Number 3, the activity is taxable but the supplier is not registered. Then also GST not payable. Understood? Then this composite supply, mixed supply, all these illustrations, etc. we discussed. We need to discuss summary of CBIC circulars with respect to supply, and we will see that later. Now take this book, look into circulars. One circular I discussed with you now, artwork of the art gallery, like that. Just 15 minutes I'll complete. Okay, no? Fine? Just 15 minutes, because one amendment also we have that we will discuss. So then we will wind up for today. Okay? See this. Look into this, page 26. Page 26. Whether artwork sent by the artist to gallery for exhibition not being a supply. Already I told you. What is it? Supply or not a supply? Not a supply. When it will become supply? Whenever the art gallery sells it to the buyer. Correct? Read that. It is only when the buyer selects a particular artwork displayed at the gallery that the actual supply takes place, and applicable GST would be payable at the time of such supply. Understood? Then there is one amendment, latest amendment in page 27. You can see page 27. Whether insurance company is liable to pay GST on salvage value or wreck value while assessing the damage to a motor vehicle. So let me give you the background of this circular. Generally what happens, a particular motor vehicle when we buy, we take a insurance on that vehicle, and we are driving that vehicle and we met with an accident, and this vehicle will be given to garage. We will send this vehicle for garage or to the workshop, etc., and they do the repairs. When they do the repairs, what happens? Insurance company will bear the entire repair cost. Are you understanding this? In this, insurance company will tell, I am assessing the value of this particular car as 10 lakhs. Completely the car is gone. It is like a scrap only. You understood? It is like a scrap. Means it is not usable. It is like a scrap. They are telling, I am evaluating value as 9 lakhs or 10 lakhs. And in the 10 lakhs, the scrap value is 3 lakhs. Because definitely it can be sold as a scrap. Now parts and all we can sell. We will fetch some value. So 9 lakhs minus 3 lakhs, 6 lakhs I will pay you. Like that they are telling. Now, you tell me that scrap or salvage belongs to whom? Insurance company or insured? You understood my question first of all? Again I am repeating the question, carefully listen. There is a car. You are the insured. The car is completely gone. The value of that car now is 9 lakhs and minus 3 lakhs salvage I am reducing. I am paying you 6 lakhs. Job done. Clear. Now that salvage is there now. It is belonging to insurance company or the insured? Insured, because I am deducting 3 lakhs. Is it clear? Insured. Now you sell that. You sell that. When you sell that, are you required to pay any GST? Is it supply or not a supply? In your hands. You are insured, boss. You are insured. In your hands, is it supply or not a supply? Why not a supply? Activity. What is the activity? Sale of scrap. Sale of scrap. For consideration. Yes. And is it in the course or furtherance of business? No, it is not in the course or furtherance of business. Consequently, it is not a supply in your hands. Is it clear? Now, to a change, suppose if I am giving you 10 lakhs, if I am giving you 10 lakhs, 9 lakhs, entire 9 lakhs I am giving you, means the salvage is owned by insurance company. Now the insurance company will sell that salvage, that is scrap. Will it become supply in the hands of the insurance company? Why? activity, consideration, course or furtherance of business. How? My business is what? And this sale is incidental or ancillary to commerce. You got it? Therefore, it will come under business and consequently I need to pay GST on that. Understood? See there, if salvage remains with insured, salvage is with insured, supply or not a supply? Not a supply, and GST not payable. Suppose if salvage become property of the insurance company, then sale of such salvage is treated as supply and GST will be payable. Is it clear? This is an amendment. Got the clarity about this amendment here? How they can make a question on this amendment, we will see. So I have given some questions on amendments in the same book. So this is in question number 2, page 49. Question number 2, page 49. Because see, when we read the circular, we will read and go. But the problem is when they ask in exam, we don't know how to apply and how to write. That's why. Question number 2. Read this question. Tata AIG has insured a motor vehicle owned by Mr. Tharun for a sum insured of rupees 10 lakhs. The insurance policy includes a clause that allows Tata AIG to deduct the salvage value from the final claim amount in the event of total loss. On 15 June 2024, Mr. Tharun's vehicle was involved in an accident and was declared a total loss by Tata AIG. Insured value of the vehicle is 10 lakhs. So, the sum assured, or insurance value will be 10 lakhs, but the assessed value of the damage is 9 lakhs. Even though the insured value is 10 lakhs, but I used for some days now, means the depreciation will be there. You got it? So that depreciation they are telling 9 lakhs is now the assessed value. Got it? 9 lakhs. Means they are going to pay me only 9 lakhs. And what is the estimated salvage value of the vehicle? Means if we sell the scrap, etc. and all, how much we will fetch? 1,50,000. Tata AIG decides to deduct the salvage value from the claim amount as per the terms of the insurance contract. Mr. Tharun retains the ownership of the salvage and Tata AIG pays the balance claim amount to Mr. Tharun, the insured, after deducting the salvage value. Now, this is the information. What is the question? Question number 1. Calculate the claim amount paid by Tata AIG to Mr. Tharun after deducting the salvage value. How much is the claim amount that they will pay to the insured? 7 lakh? 10 lakhs minus 1,50,000 or 9 lakhs minus 1,50,000? 9 lakhs minus 1,50,000, that is 7,50,000. Now, this 7,50,000 is received by whom? Insured. When insured is receiving this 7,50,000, is it supply or not a supply? I mean that 7,50,000 is supply or not a supply? Why? Very good. Not in the course or furtherance of business. I am giving away the car. Whether it is good car or bad car, I am giving the car. Correct? And for which I am getting consideration. How much consideration? 7,50,000. You got it? But I will not pay GST because it is not in the course or furtherance of business. That's what I have given. Maybe that point also could be tested. Not treated as supply in the hands of Mr. Tharun, as the same is not in the course or furtherance of business. Understood up to this? Second question. Determine whether Tata AIG is liable to pay GST on salvage value. Tata AIG on salvage value. No. Why? Sir, salvage belongs to whom? Insured. The insured will sell. Correct. When insured sells the salvage, he will not pay GST. Even insurance company also will not pay GST. Read. Tata AIG is not required to pay GST on salvage as the salvage belongs to insured and accordingly deduction is made from the claim amount. See the third part. What will be your answer if Tata AIG decides to settle the full claim amount of rupees 9 lakhs without deducting the salvage value? They want to settle the full claim amount without deducting the salvage value. Means how much they gave? 9 lakhs. Whether the insured receiving 9 lakhs is supply or not a supply? Not a supply, because it is not in the course or furtherance of business. Now the salvage becomes to the property of insurance company, Tata AIG. What they are doing, you see, the salvage becomes a property of Tata AIG, which later it sells to a salvage buyer, Mr. Kumar, for 1,50,000. Whether it will become supply in the hands of Tata AIG? Yes. That 1,50,000 when they are selling to one person, it is in the course or furtherance of business, that becomes supply. So see the third part of the answer. Claim amount is 9 lakhs, not treated as supply in the hands of insured, as the same is not in the course or furtherance of business. As salvage become property of Tata AIG, sale of such salvage to Mr. Kumar constitutes supply under 7(1)(a) in the hands of Tata AIG, and they are liable to pay GST on rupees 1,50,000. Understood? So this is how on amendment they will coin a question. Got it? So like this, I have given around some, I think 20 plus questions are there. 19 questions are there. These 19 questions we are going to cover. Trust me, out of these 19 questions, 2 questions you can expect for exam, but not the same. They will modify and give. Same question they are asking, na? Then I can create a question paper and sell for 1 lakh. Around some 700 students are there. 700 into 1 lakh, settled na, 7 crores. You understood, pa? Settled, pa, happily. And that is not possible. No one can predict the question paper that much perfect. But I can tell you on these lines, definitely 2 to 3 questions you can expect for exam. Okay. So then, fine. Today it is too much for you. You can leave. So in the last class we completed the discussion related to supply under GST, and even we have seen the registration related aspects as to what is the threshold limit, etc. And there are some circulars related to supply. So please look into your revised book, page number 24. Revised book, page number 24. Let me give you the background of this circular. Generally, whenever there is a transaction between distinct persons, that transaction between distinct persons will always be treated as supply, even though it is without consideration any transaction involving goods or services. Now what happens here is that there is a truck. That truck is carrying some goods or people and going from one distinct person to another distinct person. Anyhow, on the goods inside the truck, we will pay GST, no doubt. But on the truck, whether GST is payable or GST is not payable. So truck is also goods. Yes, because it is movable property, it is also goods. Then on truck also GST will be payable. But it is meaningless to pay GST on the truck, because the truck will go, will unload the goods and will be returning. So why to pay GST on the truck? For that reason, they have given this clarification. Point number 1, if there is any conveyance, that can be lorry, truck, rail, etc. Any conveyance which is carrying the goods from one distinct person to another distinct person, so there is no GST on the conveyance. Number 2, if the conveyance is sent from one distinct person to another distinct person for repair work, even then it is not a supply, GST not payable. Usually what happens, from the factory to the workshop, we will send the truck for repairs. So again on the truck there is no GST. Then again, next point, point number 3, that is if there is a truck which is not carrying some spare parts, on the spare parts also there is no GST. So but the spare part should not be for further supply, but it should be for the purpose of consumption in the another distinct person. For example, there is a factory in Tamil Nadu and another factory in Karnataka. From factory in Tamil Nadu to factory in Karnataka, so spare parts are going. These spare parts are not for sale in Karnataka, but for consumption in the Karnataka factory. Again on this spare parts also there is no GST. So 3 transactions between distinct person, there is no GST. What are those 3 transactions? Transaction number 1, come on, first one. Movement of conveyance between distinct person. For what purpose? Carrying goods or passengers. Or movement of conveyance between distinct person. For what purpose? Repairs. For repairs. Okay. And even movement of spare parts, tools, rigs, etc. spare parts between the distinct person. For what purpose? Not for further supply, but for consumption, except in case where the movement of such goods is for further supply of the same. Can you easily remember these 3 points? Point number 1, movement of conveyance between the distinct person carrying goods or people, passengers, not a supply. Number 2, movement of conveyance between the distinct person. For what purpose? Repairs or after repairs, not a supply. Then suppose if there is any spare parts between the distinct person, not for further supply but for consumption, that is also not a supply. Whether the repair work will come under supply? Yes, repair work will come under supply. That is, when you are sending the lorry from head office to branch office or one factory to another factory, wherein the other factory they do the repair work now, that repair activity will be treated as supply. Okay, the lorry sent is not a supply, but the another distinct person will do the repair work, that repair work will be treated as supply. That is this. Okay, that is about this circular. But this circular is given in the context of interstate movement. Even though it is given in the context of interstate movement, the same will be applicable in case of intrastate movement also. The principle needs to be followed for both interstate as well as intrastate. That is this. Got the clarity about this circular? Next, look into another one. When an agent is called as agent acting on behalf of principal, why we need to bother about this agent on behalf of principal? Because if you see 7.1c, the list of activities, DRIP, wherein you can find in the first page. In the first page you can see, that is the first page of this chapter. So we have seen 7.1c list of activities now. So what are those list of activities where you can find principal agent transactions with respect to goods, only with respect to goods when the agent is acting on behalf of principal. Only when agent is acting on behalf of principal, between the principal and the agent, it will constitute supply under 7.1c. When the agent is acting on behalf of principal, for that purpose we need to understand this circular. What does this circular says? If the invoice is raised by the agent in his name, then the agent is acting on behalf of principal. So come back to page 24. If the agent is raising invoice in the name of the principal, for example, there is a principal, I am the agent. Okay, now when I will be called as acting on behalf of principal, if I raise the invoice in my name without representing the principal, then I am acting on behalf of principal. Now between principal and me, that will become supply under 7.1c. Is it clear? Between me and you, it will become supply under 7.1a. Carefully listen. I am an agent, you are my customer, and there is one principal. Principal is not raising invoice to you in his name. Agent is raising invoice in agent's name. Now I am an agent acting on behalf of principal. Now my supply to you will be 7.1a. The principal will be sending goods to me now. That will become supply under 7.1c. Is that clear? That is this. So if the agent is raising invoice in their name, this is in the context of sale transaction. In the context of purchase transaction, what will happen? Simple. In the context of purchase transaction, whether the invoice is in the name of agent or not, we need to see. If the purchase transaction happened, okay, say for example, you are my supplier, I mean you are the principal, I am the agent, and I am procuring now. When I am procuring, so that seller is raising invoice in my name. If seller is raising invoice in my name, I am sending the goods to you now, you are my principal. So agent can be selling agent or agent can be buying agent. Both agents can be there. In the context of buying agent, the invoice should be in the name of agent. In the context of selling agent, the invoice should be in the name of the agent. Got it? I mean, invoice is raised by the agent in his name, then the agent is acting on behalf of principal. Don't get confused. It's a very simple point. Principal agent transaction is supply under 7.1c. When? If the agent is acting on behalf of principal. When the agent is acting on behalf of principal, if the invoice is in the name of the agent. Full stop. That's it. You understood? Next. Then we need to see whether the activity of supply of books, pamphlets, brochures, envelopes, etc. is supply of goods or supply of services. For example, you have one book before you. In that book before you, what is the goods element? The paper and the ink used in the book is the goods element. What is the service element? Printing and binding is the service element. Correct or not? Now, in this, you tell me what constitutes the predominant element, principal supply, paper and ink or printing and binding? printing and binding is the predominant element, so which is a service. So the entire activity will be treated as supply of service. Another example, in tissue paper, say the restaurant name will be printed. So I am the printer, I am purchasing the tissue papers, I am printing the restaurant name and I am giving it to you. Got it? Now in this case, so what is the goods element? Tissue paper is a goods element. Printing the logo of the restaurant will be service element. Now what constitutes the principal supply or predominant element? Printing or goods? Goods. Therefore it will be treated as supply of goods. In a print activity there will be two aspects. One is goods element, another is service element. Whichever constitutes principal supply, based on that we need to decide. Same way, when you go to a photographer, the photographer will take a photograph of you and will print in a passport sheet and he will be giving, correct? So one sheet they will print, they will cut it and they will give. Now what constitutes predominant element there? Goods or services? Definitely services, because that paper is of no use. What if instead of your photo, someone's photo is printed in that? Will you pay for it? Huh? No, then paper is not the predominant element. Then what is predominant element? So taking photo is the predominant element. Also, suppose you are looking at somewhere and he has taken photo, and that if he prints and gives and he says that your photo only, but you will not pay for it because you pay for his service, not for the printing. Is it clear or not? So therefore what constitutes predominant element there? Service. Like that, if you get any example also in exam, not necessarily they need to give this example only, any example they give, but you be clear, you check what is the predominant element and accordingly you classify. See this, whether supply of books, pamphlets, brochures, envelopes, annual reports, leaflets, cartons, boxes, etc. printed with design, logo, name, address of or other content supplied by recipient would constitute supply of goods or supply of service. What is it they are telling? The printing of books, pamphlets, brochures, annual reports, in all these things what is common? Paper is not the predominant element, but the printing is predominant element. So it is treated as supply of service. Whereas in case of envelopes, letter cards, printed boxes, tissues, napkins, etc., what constitutes predominant element? Goods. So therefore it will be treated as supply of goods. Is it clear? Then next, whether the activity of bus body building is supply of goods or supply of services. What happens in bus body building? In bus body building, usually when we buy the bus, so it will not be the same way how we see. So there will be a fabricated structure like this. First the engine and the chassis will only be there, and on the top of that they will make a structure like this. So they will use the pipes, metal pipes, and they make a structure, and thereafter to this structure they will be adding the sheets like this. Okay, so they will be adding sheets like this. They will be adding the sheets. So now if you see what is the predominant element in this, that is first goods element. You tell me what is the goods element? The pipes and the sheets is the goods element. What is the service element? Fabrication. They need to cut it properly, weld it and do the installation. That is the service element. You tell me what constitutes predominant element in this? Supply of goods or supply of services? Definitely services, because just the material is there, it is not sufficient, because it requires hours and hours of labor work for bringing it into this shape and making the installation. So definitely it will be treated as supply of services. That's what they are telling. What is the treatment of bus body building? Determined on the basis of principal supply involved in the transaction. Usually principal supply involves service, and this transaction is classifiable as supply of service. Then whether rethreading of tires is supply of goods or supply of services. What is rethreading of tires? See this. Usually tires and all, what will happen over a span of time, it will be worn out. It will be worn out. So completely the grip will be lost in the tire. When the grip is lost in the tire, what they do? They add a rubber grip. Okay, separately a rubber grip like this they will be adding, and thereby they will increase the life of the tire. Okay, now this process is known as rethreading. Now in this rubber grip, what is a goods element? Rubber is a goods element and rethreading is the service element. What constitutes predominant element in this? Again, service only. Rubber is not the predominant element, because just because of rubber it is not sufficient. That rubber they need to take, properly cut it into the requisite shape and then paste it, so it requires, and then heat it, so that requires a service. Service is the predominant element, so it is treated as supply of service. So therefore you are giving me the old tire. For that old tire I am doing the rethreading and I am giving you the rethreaded tire. So now in this case it is supply of goods or supply of service? Definitely it is supply of service. Suppose if I buy the old tire from you, not every dealer will do this. What dealers will do? First they will buy the old tire and already they will have rethreaded tire in their stock, and that rethreaded tire they will be giving you. Again I am repeating, if you give me your old tire on which I do the rethreading and I give you that rethreaded tire, on your goods I am doing the process, so it will come under supply of services. Suppose if I am buying out your old tire and I have in stock rethreaded tire, that rethreaded tire if I give you, that will be treated as supply of goods. Is it clear? That is with respect to this. Read it. Supply of rethreaded tires, where the old tire belong to the supplier of rethreaded tire, is supply of goods or services? Is supply of goods. If the old tire belong to the recipient, if the old tire belongs to the recipient, means what? It is yours. I am just doing the retreading. It is supply of service. Then next one, priority sector lending certificates are treated as supply and whether it will be chargeable to GST. We need to understand what is priority sector lending certificates. Carefully listen. First we need to understand what is priority sector lending. What is priority sector lending? Giving loans to, education loans, housing loans or farmer loans, MSME startup loans, these are all called as priority sector lending. Usually banks will not be giving loans to these people. Why? This is a highly risky sector. Education loans and all, say for example, they give loan to a person who is doing engineering. What if he is having some 36 arrears and all? You understood or not? So therefore it is highly risky that if they give loans to some person, and what if he is not qualifying, and what if he is not becoming successful? For CA students and all, rarely they will give loans. Usually loans and all they will not give, but definitely they can give loans to CA students, because definitely there is a guaranteed success. I mean, they will get a job, but they have a fear, will this person clear or not? That fear will be there. That's why they are not giving loans. But engineering they will give, but the recovery becomes very difficult. So I am telling you all this because this is a highly risky sector. Which sector? Priority sector, for which banks will not be giving loans. Then if banks are not giving loans, then from where these people will get money? For that reason, RBI puts a condition. Boss, if you are a bank, I don't know whatever is your public deposits, how much ever is your public deposits, 30% of your public deposits you should give as loan to the priority sector. Okay, if you are not giving 30% of your loans to priority sector, your license will be cancelled. Got it? Your license will be cancelled. So therefore there is a bank, newly started bank. That newly started bank, say for example Lena Dena Bank, like that one bank is there. What that bank is doing? Newly they have started one bank and public deposits is 100 crores. How much they should give us loan to priority sector? 30%, means 30 crores. But they could give only 20 crores as loans to priority sector. What is the shortfall? 10 crores. 10 crores is the shortfall. If they are not able to give the 10 crores as shortfall loans to priority sector, what will happen? Their license will be cancelled. Now what they can do? They can buy, instead of giving loan to priority sector, another bank will be there now, some other bank. That other bank will be having excess loan to priority sector, which will sell the priority sector lending certificates, and this bank will be buying the priority sector lending certificate. Okay. Now all these things you don't need for exam. What you need for exam is that sale of priority sector lending certificate. By whom to whom? By one bank to another bank. Is it treated as supply of goods? Yes. As per CBSE circular, it is treated as supply of goods and chargeable to GST. And this transaction will happen through RBI portal. So therefore, no one knows who is the seller and buyer. So it is deemed as interstate supply. So this sale priority sector lending certificate will be treated as deemed interstate supply. You can see here, whether priority sector lending certificates are outside the purview of GST. In GST, there is no exemption to trading in PSLC. Thus, they are treated as goods or taxable as goods, always chargeable to IGST. Why IGST? Because I told you it will be deemed interstate supply. You write there, it will be deemed interstate supply. Deemed interstate supply. Deemed interstate supply. It will be treated as deemed interstate supply. As it is treated as deemed interstate supply, it will be taxable under RCM. Okay. And RCM means what? Who will be paying GST? Recipient will pay GST, but that is not required for exam point of view. But this you remember that it is a deemed interstate supply, so always IGST will be applicable. Got it? Next. This artwork already we discussed. Look into the next area, whether tenancy rights or pagadi system is chargeable to GST. What is this tenancy rights? Whenever I take a property on rent, I will be having a 11-month rental agreement. In these 11 months, the property owner can anytime give a notice to me to vacate the property. Possible or not? Yes. But already I spent some money on renovation of that property, so which is a loss for me. That's why I go for a lock-in rental agreement. What is lock-in rental agreement means? For 3 years or 4 years, I will only be the tenant in that property. You cannot ask any other person to vacate, like come and stay in this. You cannot ask me to vacate. So I also cannot give you notice for vacation. 3 years, I cannot vacate the property. You also cannot make me to vacate the property. That is called as lock-in agreement, which means for 3 years I have a right. What is that right name? Tenancy right. Got it? Now what happens after 1 year? I don't want to stay in the property. I will identify, I am tenant number 1. I am tenant number 1. I will identify another tenant, that is tenant number 2. I transfer the documents like to him, that is transfer of tenancy right to him, and I will receive some tenancy premium. Why will I receive tenancy premium? I am incurring some cost in the property which will be easy for him. So whether if he is coming, then he also should spend some money, na? But he is not required, because for him it is like everything I created and I gave. For example, I am a restaurant, so I created all the kitchen, etc., interiors and all. Now he is also starting a restaurant there. What is the advantage for him? You don't have to spend. That's the reason why I will collect some premium. So that premium, why am I collecting? For transferring the tenancy right, that will always be taxable in my hands. So what is the one point that you need to remember? Transfer of tenancy right by a tenant against what? Against what? What is the consideration? Tenancy premium is supply and chargeable to GST. Is it clear? This is not sale of land, sale of building, etc. It is not excluded from supply. Read there. Tenancy premium arises in case of transfer of tenancy right. So this system is also known as pagadi system. So this is prevalent in Maharashtra. Tenancy premium arises in case of transfer of what? Tenancy rights. Transfer of tenancy right means one tenant will transfer the tenancy right to another tenant, or renouncement of tenancy right means leaving away the tenancy right, for which he will get a tenancy premium. What is the treatment of tenancy premium? Come on, read there. Tenancy premium collected by tenant is always taxable. Okay. Now carefully listen. You are the property owner and you are giving me the property which I am transferring it to another tenant. I receive some tenancy premium. But won't you expect a share out of this tenancy premium? In your property only now I am earning tenancy premium. So therefore you expect a share. Say for example 40% you expect. I collected 1 lakh. I have to give you 40,000 rupees. What is the treatment of 40,000 collected by you? Depends upon the taxability of rent. If the rent of the property is taxable, the tenancy premium share received by you is also taxable. If the property rent is exempted, the share of tenancy premium received by you is also exempted. However, share of tenancy premium collected by owner of property is taxable if rent of such property is taxable. When the rent of that property is taxable, so that depends. So it is in the exemptions. We need to understand that. We will see later. Okay. So but we need to understand this just one point. If the rent of the property is taxable, tenancy premium received by property owner is taxable. But what about the tenancy premium received by the tenant? What about the tenancy premium received by the tenant? always it will be taxable. Is it clear? Understood these 3 points here? So what are the 3 points? Number 1, tenancy premium, when it will arise? In case of transfer of tenancy right or renouncement of tenancy right. Tenancy premium received by the tenant, what is the treatment? Always taxable in the hands of the tenant. What about the share of tenancy premium received by the property owner? It will be taxable if the rent of that property is taxable. If the rent of that property is exempted, tenancy premium is also exempted. Then look into the next one, GST on director remuneration. Yesterday, one student asked me this doubt. Sir, director, you are telling director, whenever they provide these services, etc. and all, won't the director come under employee, sir? Director, won't they come under employee category? Possible, na? If director comes under employee category, then it is a salary, it is excluded from supply. Am I right? But why are we talking about any director to a company and the company are related? Yesterday I told you while discussing related, director of a company and company are related. What's the point, sir? Anyhow, director is an employee. Employee to employer in the course of employment is excluded from supply. Why are we learning that? Because not every director is an employee of the company. Directors are broadly divided into two, that is executive and non-executive. Executive means they will do the functions, day-to-day activities like managing director, whole-time director. So they will be called as executive roles, which means they will be paid salary, and that salary is deductible for TDS under 192 of Income Tax Act. 192 means definitely it is salary, TDS on salary only, correct or not? So the money received by the director will be taxable under income from salaries. So on that there is no GST. Is it clear? However, if the company is paying sitting fees or any other remuneration to independent directors or non-executive directors, definitely the TDS will be under section 194J of Income Tax Act. So whatever money that is received by the director will be coming under PGBP. So that will be covered under supply. Is it clear? And you know what? Director will not pay GST on his services. On his services to company, company will pay GST under RCM. Got it? RCM means what? Reverse charge mechanism. Who will pay GST? Recipient will pay GST. You can see here. Executive director or whole-time director is a employee of the company, and TDS is deducted under which section? Section 192 of Income Tax Act. So is it covered under GST or not covered under GST? Not covered under GST. Suppose if they deduct TDS under 194J, then it will be treated as consideration and therefore taxable under RCM. Understood? So you need to connect it to income tax TDS provisions and check. Then it will be given in the question. Don't worry about it. It will be given in the question. Then whether insured getting no claim bonus from insurance company is supply of service. Usually what happens, whenever you take insurance for your vehicle, you need to pay the renewal premium. Say first year you have taken insurance, you paid 10,000. Next year you need to pay renewal premium. Renewal means what? Every year you need to renew that. And renewal premium is say 8,000 rupees. But from this 8,000 rupees, they gave you a no claim bonus because last year you did not lodge any claim. Means no accident happened, nothing. So therefore you did not lodge any claim. So this year when you pay 8,000 rupees, they are giving a discount of 1,000 rupees. So literally you are paying only 7,000 rupees. What is the treatment in this case? Simple, that 7,000 only will be taxable in the hands of the insurance company. This 1,000 rupees discount whatever you have received, will it be treated as consideration to you? No, you are not getting that as a consideration. It is just a reduction from the premium whatever you pay. Moreover, this money is not for the purpose of tolerating or not doing an act, etc. For the sake of this money, for the sake of this 1,000, for the sake of this 1,000, you did not claim in the last year. For the sake of this 1,000, you did not claim in the last year, or because of no accident, you did not claim. What is correct? No accident, you did not claim. So not for the sake of this 1,000 rupees. So that 1,000 is not in response to this, or the activity what you are doing is not in response to the 1000. That's why they are telling that 1000 rupees is not treated as consideration. With 1000, that no claim bonus. Okay, what you need to remember, no claim bonus is not treated as consideration. Just one line you remember. Okay, see there. It is not a supply of service and no claim bonus cannot be considered as consideration for any supply provided by insured to insurance company. Is it clear? Then next one. Whether interest received by Del creditor agent is chargeable to GST. So who is a Del creditor agent? Somewhere in foundation level you would have studied consignment chapter. There you would have come across Del creditor agent. So what a Del creditor agent will do, you would have studied that he will bear the risk of bad debts, correct? And Del creditor agent versus normal agent, let's try to understand the modus operandi as to how they work. Suppose if I am a normal agent, concentrate everyone, listen. If I am a normal agent, what will happen? First, I will receive the goods from my principal, then that goods I will be delivering it to you, then as and when I collect money from you, I will be remitting the money to my principal. This is what a normal agent will do. Is it clear? Whereas, if I am a Del creditor agent, what I will do? First, I will receive the goods from my principal. I sell the goods to you. But whether you are paying money to me or not, I will first make payment to my principal. Later on, I will recover it from you. Are you understanding this? So, slight difference. What is the difference? Normal agent will collect money and then remit money. But Del creditor agent will pay money and then collect it from the buyer. Is it clear? So that's the reason why if there is any bad debts, suppose if you are not paying to me, already I paid not to my principal. So I have to bear the risk of bad debts. Understood? Now, as I am bearing the risk of bad debts, I will get an extra commission. That's okay. But even from you, I am giving you a credit period. How I am giving you a credit period? Am I collecting it from you today? No. I made the payment, but I am collecting it from you after say 30 days or 60 days like that. So I will be collecting from you something called as interest. So what is the treatment of that interest? That is the question here. Got it? Interest in entire GST is divided into two. Interest on loans, advances, deposits, or interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration. Interest income is divided in GST into two parts. Only two. Interest on loans, advances, deposits. What is the treatment of interest on loans, advances, deposits? Exempted. No need to pay GST. Loans means what? Housing loan, education loan, or any kind of professional loan, personal loan, etc. Interest on loans. Advances means so some cash credits or short-term advances which we take. Deposits means fixed deposit, terms deposit, saving deposit, etc. On interest on loans, advances, deposits, there is no GST because it is exempted. But interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration. What is interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration means? You are not giving me money on time. As you are not giving me money on time, I will be levying some interest on you, correct? So that is called as interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration. Okay. Example, bill of exchange chapter you would have studied. Whenever you are required to pay me, honor the bill on time, you are not honoring. When you are not honoring the bill, I will renew the bill. When I renew the bill, I will collect some extra interest from you, correct? Even in working capital management, receivable management, you would have studied that there will be some extra interest that will be collected if the recipient is not making payment on time. So that is considered as a cash inflow. Got it? So like that. So interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration. What is the treatment of that? It will be taxable and it will be chargeable to GST. Is that clear? Now, what is the treatment of interest here? Come on. Respond. What is the treatment of interest? You write down this information in page 28. What is the treatment of interest? Interest income. Interest income. Interest income. What is the treatment of interest income? Interest income branch into two. Interest income branch into two. I'll dictate, you make note. Interest income branch into two. First branch, interest on loans or advances or deposits. Interest on loans or advances or deposits. Interest on loans or advances or deposits. What is your answer? Hyphen exempted. hyphen exempted. Hyphen exempted. Then next, interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration. Interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration. Interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration. Hyphen included in value and taxable accordingly. Included in value and taxable accordingly. Included in value and taxable accordingly. Okay. Now, what is the confusion here? Let's see. Usually what happens is that del creditor agent is getting the interest. Okay, carefully listen. Del creditor agent is getting the interest. Del creditor agent argument is that, sir, I am getting this interest on loans advances because I am giving a loan facility to the customer for which I am getting the interest. Therefore, this interest is exempted. That's the argument of the del creditor agent. Is that clear? Naturally, what department will tell? No, this money whatever you have collected as interest is not on account of loan. It is on account of delay in receipt of consideration. So therefore, that will be taxable. This is the department's argument. Actually, both are correct only. Even del creditor agent, what he says is also correct because he is giving like a loan and he is collecting the interest. So it is interest on loan, it should be exempted. Even department argument is correct because del creditor agent is not getting money today, he is getting late for which he is collecting the interest. So this needs to be settled. For that reason, CBSE gave a clarification. Now concentrate, please listen, everyone listen. If the del creditor agent is raising invoice in his name, if the del creditor agent is raising invoice in his name, then you are the customer, you tell me who is your supplier, del creditor agent or the principal? Because invoice is raised by the del creditor agent. So whenever you pay interest to me, that is on account of delay in receipt of consideration and it will be taxable. Is it clear or not? Suppose if del creditor agent is not raising invoice, the principal is raising invoice to you. The principal is raising invoice to you. Then who is the supplier to you? Principal. Then I am mere agent. Correct or not? Now whenever I collect the finance charges, that is interest from you, this is on account of loans, advances, deposits, and therefore this interest will be exempted. Is it clear here? See this. If del creditor agent is raising invoice in the name of the principal, if invoice is raised in the name of the principal, then what is the treatment of interest collected by del creditor agent? Respond. Exempted. Exempted, because it will come under interest on loans, advances, deposits. Suppose if the del creditor agent is raising invoice in their own name, then next, interest collected by del creditor agent is taxable under interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration. You got it? So there are two places this invoice raised by agent we need to check. One is in this place and when the agent is acting on behalf of principal, correct? So what is that point we discussed? When the agent is acting on behalf of principal, if the agent is raising invoice in his name, he is an agent acting on behalf of principal. Otherwise, he is not an agent acting on behalf of principal. That is one point we studied. How is it connected here? If the invoice is raised by del creditor agent in his name, the interest collected will be taxable. If the invoice is not raised by him in his name, then the interest collected will be exempted. Got it? So to the point, you remember this. And this already we completed the discussion related to the insurance company. There is one very important circular, that is GST on liquidated damages. So this is something which is so confusing and you need to have a clarity here. In exam they will give, because already in September exam I think they have tested this. Okay, they have tested this in September exam. I will show you that point so you will understand. Say this. F Limited of Mumbai, in the first question itself they gave this. F Limited of Mumbai, unregistered, had promised to DF Private Limited in October 2023 to complete contract within 3 months, but they can't able to complete the committed contract as DF Private Limited received consideration. So DF Private Limited received consideration for non-performance of contract on time as decided by pre-written agreement. Okay, this is how it is given. Now what is the treatment of this? You tell me. Before discussing the circular, you tell me what you will treat if it is a question like this. What is your answer? Is it supply? Tolerating an act. You will bring it under tolerating an act, and for tolerating an act you are getting a consideration of 2 lakh rupees. Therefore consequently it will become supply under 7(1)(a), and it is supply of service, correct? And it will be chargeable to GST. Am I right? That's your view. Now in this regard, what they are telling is that if this particular amount received is compensatory in nature or penal in nature, means that cannot be done. It is irrevocable or irreversible. It is irrevocable or irreversible. Okay. In that case, we can't do anything with respect to that. So some compensation is collected. So for example, here not able to complete the contract within 3 months or cannot be completed. Not able to complete means it can be completed after 3 months also, correct? It can be completed after 3 months also. Am I right? If it can be completed after 3 months also, means I am tolerating your delay. Are you getting? But possible or non-possible? Is the contract completion possible or not possible? Possible. Possible. But I am allowing you to complete it late, so that's why I am collecting some extra money. So what is the treatment of this? You are right. It is treated as consideration and it will be taxable. It is not compensatory in nature or penal in nature. Suppose if the same question is like there is a termination of contract, abruptly he stopped and went, there is a termination of contract. In case of termination of contract, there is no possibility of performance. Agreed or not? You understood? Termination of contract. Did he say that the contract got terminated and the amount is paid? No. If the contract got terminated and the amount is paid, that will come under compensation, and that compensation is not treated as consideration. Is it clear? Again I am repeating, you need to check the possibility of performance. Is it possible to perform or not possible to perform? That's why I took an example for you to convey. In this case, the contract could not be completed in 3 months. Means it will take maybe 4 months or 5 months or 6 months. But it is possible to complete. But for that some amount we are collecting, it is treated as consideration. Is it clear? Suppose if the contract is breached, that is terminated. If the contract is terminated, there is no possibility of performance. As there is no possibility of performance, the money whatever we collect is treated as compensation, and that will not be treated as consideration. Okay. One more example I will give you. You are driving your car and you are hitting one person, and that person is dead. Okay. And court asked you to pay a compensation of 2 lakhs to his family. Now can we say that 2 lakhs received by his family is treated as consideration? Why? Possible, because of the 2 lakhs we can give life to that person and he will be alive. No, no. So it is compensation. Is it clear? Then that is you are crossing a signal violation, or you are not wearing helmet, etc. For that they are levying a traffic fine. So for what purpose this traffic fine? Are they allowing you to cross the signal? Are they allowing you to not wear the helmet and collecting money? No, no, that is not the intention. You understood? That is not the intention. So if that be the case, everyone will consume alcohol and will drive the vehicle and he will pay 10,000 rupees, because drink and drive penalty is 10,000 rupees. So happily I can pay 10,000, I can drink and drive, correct or not? That is not the intention. Here it is like which is penal in nature. Again that is not treated as consideration. Understood or not? So it is very, very important, like how yesterday I told you naturally bundled, not naturally bundled, where you will find it difficult. Here also, whether it is compensatory or penal in nature or other cases, we need to check. Okay. If it is compensatory or penal in nature, then it will not be treated as consideration, otherwise it is treated as consideration. Say this. agreement to refrain, tolerate or do an act. So read this, under GST, agreeing to refrain from an act or tolerate an act or situation, okay, or do an act is considered as supply of service. Already we discussed yesterday. What is that? Doing an act, not doing an act, or tolerating an act, okay. Doing an act, not doing an act or tolerating an act will be treated as supply of service. Am I right? Then, so say this, condition for taxability. To qualify as taxable supply, certain conditions must be met. Number one, there must be an expressed or implied agreement or contract. One second here. So to qualify as taxable supply, certain conditions must be met. There must be an expressed or implied agreement or contract. See, everything should be contract based. Then only it will come under business income, correct? Otherwise, it will not come. So contractual agreement should be there. Consideration must flow in return for this contract. Such an agreement can be an independent contract or part of the another contract. Now see this example. Whether it is mentioned in the contract that they have to get the money. Read here, read this example. F Limited of Mumbai had promised to DEF Private Limited in October 2023 to complete the contract within 3 months, but they are not able to complete committed contract. So DEF Private Limited received consideration for non-performance of contract on time as decided by pre-written agreement. Condition number one, agreement is there. And condition number two, whether the consideration is flowing out of that agreement. Yes, and whether that agreement may be a separate agreement or that point may be part of the same agreement. Are you getting this? All the three conditions are satisfied. So it will come under consideration for tolerating an act. Clear here? What are the three conditions? Condition number one, expressed or implied agreement. Consideration must flow in return for this agreement. Such an agreement can be an independent contract or part of another contract. Got it? Suppose if the payment is merely event in the course of performance of an agreement and it does not represent the object as such of the contract, then it cannot be treated as consideration and not treated as supply. That is, just like that we receive the money, but it is not arising out of any contract or etc., then it is not treated as consideration. This only I told you. If it is in the nature of compensatory or penal in nature, you write down here. You write down here, note, if the amount received, so because many students are not able to see what I am writing, that's why I am dictating, you write. You can hear and write now, please. If the amount received is towards compensatory or penal in nature, if the amount received is towards compensatory or penal in nature, if the amount received is towards compensatory or penal in nature, then it is not treated as consideration. Full stop. Consequently, GST not payable. Okay, you understood? So deciding factor here is it compensatory or penal in nature? If it is compensatory or penal in nature, what is your answer? Not treated as consideration. If it is others, then it will become consideration. Okay, but when is it compensatory or penal in nature? When it is compensatory or penal in nature, possibility of performance. Possibility of performance is the criteria. Is it clear? So continue writing. If the amount is received, if the amount is received in a case where, if the amount is received in a case where it is not possible to perform, in a case where it is not possible to perform contract, in a case where it is not possible to perform contract, then it is compensatory in nature. Is it clear? Then it is compensatory in nature. You read that sentence again, you will understand. You are receiving some money, for what reason? Possibility of performance or non-possibility of performance? Not possible to perform, for which you are receiving, then it will come under compensatory in nature. Understood? Now, there are few situations which is given in study material. This is everything given in study material only. I just simplified it. Okay. So look into the first point. Liquidated damages. Generally, liquidated damages in contracts are not taxable, as they are not considered as consideration for tolerating breach. They are payments to debtor non-performance. Okay. Generally, liquidated damages is what? You are unable to perform path. I told you na, contract got terminated. Lot of times we enter into contract and we terminate the contract. When we terminate the contract, some money will be received. So, is there a possibility of performance or non-possibility of performance? Not possible to perform. Why not possible to perform? Because they have terminated the contract. When they terminated the contract, so therefore we are receiving these damages that will come under compensatory in nature. Is it clear? So in brackets you write down termination of contract. Termination of contract. Termination of contract. Termination of contract. Then next, check dishonor, fine or penalty. Concentrate. Check dishonor, fine or penalty. In check dishonor, fine or penalty, no doubt it is penal in nature, correct? Why it is penal in nature? Is it like, are they allowing you to dishonor the check and collecting money? No, they are disallowing you. It is like penal, you should not do that. If you are doing it, definitely there is a serious loss. Believing in you, some person has taken the check and he presented the check. There is no balance. So does it mean even you don't have balance, you can give a check and cheat the other person? Is that the intention for collecting this money? No. It is like penalizing a person not to do that activity. So again, it is not read as consideration. It will come under which nature? Compensatory or penal in nature? Penal in nature. Again, not read as consideration. Got it? So these fines or penalties are not considered as consideration for any service and are not taxable. Why? Because it is penal in nature. Penalty for violation of law. Penal in nature. I told you, traffic fine. Traffic fine is penal in nature. So why are they levying this traffic fine? Not to do. The intention is not that you do it, you pay and you do it. No, that is not the intention. So not to do. Penalty imposed for violation of laws such as traffic violation or pollution norms are not taxable. Why? Because it is again penal in nature. Then forfeiture of salary or bond amount, that is employee not serving the notice period, and when employee abruptly leaves, what will happen to the organization? That is a huge loss which is irreparable. Agreed or not? When employee suddenly leaves here, what will happen? Everything will stop na. That particular process will stop and we need to identify another employee and we need to fill in that place. So it will take lot of efforts for the organization to recover out of that. That's the reason why what organizations will do without serving notice period when a person is leaving. So they will tell boss, you will not get any amount. Whatever salary that you need to get for that month, you will not get, plus your PF, etc. benefits also you will not get. Why you will not get? So the intention is what? It is like, okay, you pay all this money and you leave. No, that is not the intention. The intention is to not do that activity. Again, the intention is what? Penalizing a person. Is it clear? So see this. Amounts recovered for forfeiture of salary or bond in employment contracts are not taxable as they discourage non-serious employees. Then late payment surcharge or fee. Now carefully listen. Late payment surcharge or fee, example, electricity bill, if you are not paying on time, you need to pay a late fee, correct? Is it like penalizing a person? No, not penalizing a person. They also understand that money may not be there to pay, so you can pay late with the late fee, got it? And what is the treatment of that late fee? Simple. Electricity is taxable or exempted? Exempted. So this late fee is also exempted. Is it clear? So independently it will not be taxable. It is taxable based on principal supply. Got it? One more. Tomorrow is the last date for CA exam application. Tomorrow is the last day without late fee. With late fee, they are giving for some 3 days. You understood? And now, what is the late fee treatment collected by ICI? First of all, is it consideration? Yes, because it is not compensatory in nature, it is not penalizing in nature. You understood? They are allowing, okay, you file it late also, you make the exam application late also, because even by today or tomorrow also you are not able to decide whether to write May exam or not write May exam. Maybe on 16th morning you get a dream, wherein in that dream you have seen the result today, where you opened the browser and you see successful like that. So God only told to write the exam. So you are applying, possible na. At that time will they tell, no, you should not apply like that. No, possibility is there. So for that they are collecting some extra charges, that is late fee. It is treated as consideration. Is it clear? And it is not compensatory in nature, it is not penalizing in nature, so it is treated as consideration. But what is a taxable? Exam fees taxable? Exam fees taxable or not? No. Why exam fees is not taxable? Remember, any service provided by an educational institution to its students, faculty and staff is exempted. ICI, ICMA, ICSI, these are educational institutions. If they collect registration fees, if they collect exam fees, etc., it is exempted. As exam fees is exempted, the late fee for delay in exam fees is also exempted. Is it clear here? Then, next, ticket, train ticket. Train ticket, when you cancel, they will levy cancellation charges, correct? But is it compensatory in nature or penalizing in nature or others? Others. Why others? They are allowing you to cancel and refunding you, correct? Are they telling, no, we will not refund you? No, they are allowing you to cancel and they are refunding, because they know that this ticket they can sell it to some other person also. Am I right? But to do this, they are collecting some charges. So this will come under consideration for tolerating your act, and it is consideration. What is the treatment? If the ticket is taxable, this charges is also, cancellation charges also taxable. If the ticket is exempted, this cancellation charges also exempted. Example, AC ticket is taxable. As AC ticket is taxable, this cancellation charges for AC ticket is also taxable. Sleeper class ticket is exempted. As sleeper class ticket is exempted, the cancellation charges for sleeper class ticket is also exempted. Are you understanding this? See that. This late fee is also taxable. If the principal supply is exempted, late fee is also exempted. Okay. Next. So, fixed charges for power. Fixed charges for power, this I told you, generally electricity is, so any charges collected for that is also, so fixed charges for power are not taxable, as they are for sale of electricity, which is exempt from GST. Then cancellation charges, train ticket cancellation charges I told you now. What is the treatment? Charges for cancellation in case of passenger transportation service are assessed as the principal supply, as they are naturally bundled in it. You should not remember these examples and all. What you are thinking, you need to remember these examples. No. With this itself the discussion is over. With this itself the discussion is over. Previous page itself discussion is over. Then these examples are what? For application. Don't sit and by heart these examples. It is of no use. The principle you need to remember. Definitely they will not give this situation here. Some other new situation they give. When they give some other new situation, you should be able to write now. So what is that you need to remember? Very simple. First check, is it compensatory in nature? Is it penalizing in nature? Yes. Then it is not treated as consideration, not taxable. Others, treated as consideration. Okay. Treated as consideration. And what is that we need to check? First point number 1, is it for a principal supply which is taxable? Yes. Then these extra charges also will be taxable. If the principal supply is exempted, then the extra charges also will be exempted. Okay. So cancellation charges, charges for cancellation in case of passenger transportation service are assessed as the principal supply as they are naturally bundled in it. You write down here train ticket, AC ticket cancellation charges, AC ticket cancellation charges is taxable. Why? As AC ticket is taxable. As AC ticket is taxable. AC ticket cancellation charges is taxable as AC ticket is taxable. Next, listen carefully. Whenever somewhere in capital gains like that it is there, forfeiture of this earnest money deposits. So when you pay some money for purchasing, token advance like that, you will pay something, and that token advance you will pay, but later on you will not buy the property. When you are not buying the property, I will forfeit the token advance, correct? What is the treatment of that? Many property transaction it will happen like this. First we will finalize a property and we will give some token advance, 50,000 rupees like that, we will give a token advance and we will block the property. But later on we may not be able to arrange the funds. Because we are not able to arrange the funds, so we will say that sorry sir, I will not be able to buy, but they waited for this many days. As they waited for this many days, they will say okay fine, but you are whatever token advance that you paid, we will forfeit that. What is the treatment of this? Is it treated as consideration? No, it is not treated as consideration, because is there a possibility of performance or non-possibility of performance? Non-possibility of performance, you are not going to buy that property, so that will be coming under compensatory in nature. Is it clear? So see that below. Forfeiture of earnest money in certain cases such as immobile property agreement breach or non-serious bidder penalties is not taxable, as it represents a mere flow of money without consideration for another supply. Then it will be what? Compensatory in nature. Compensatory in nature. So in the previous page we discussed the principle, and in this page we are learning the examples. Okay. So just this much you read enough, and in exam when you see what is it you need to check. Okay. Say this. Suppose if you have space somewhere, kindly make note. Kindly make note of this somewhere. Money received towards tolerating an act. Last page of this book also I have given few pages for notes. There also you can write. Okay. Purposively I have given so that my objective is only simple here. When the book size is so small and when everything is in the same book, and it will be psychologically you feel like the book is easy, the subject is easy, and you go to the exam. In exam there is something called as photographic memory. Photographic memory means when you look at a boy or a girl and if they look so good, then immediately when you close your eyes also you will be able to see their face. So why is it like that? That is called as photographic memory. It will just activate like that. Okay. And we feel like it is love, podalanga, etc. and all. It is of nothing of that sort. It is just the chemical reaction that happens in the brain. You understood? So therefore the same thing will happen in the book also. So start falling in love with your book. Okay. So what happens? Many times it happens when you close your eyes, that particular page, which page it is there, it will just flash in our mind. Okay. So that will work out. That's why we should stick on to only one book. All subjects you maintain this. So when you trust a faculty, trust them completely. So don't have a doubt on them. Trust them completely. Before that itself, you have n number of inquiries about that faculty and the book. Once you decide that should be the only book, and you prepare wholeheartedly from that book, and that book only should be there. It's not about 10 books you are reading, it's about one book you are reading perfectly. That is required. Is it clear? But the mistake what we do is that every other book which is available we will buy and keep, or we will take photocopy and we will keep, and we don't know what to read, what to eliminate, etc. and all. Don't do that mistake. That's why. Okay. So at the end we have few pages. There you can write down money received towards tolerating an act. Money received towards tolerating an act. Money received towards tolerating an act. Divided into 2. Divided into 2. Compensatory or penal in nature. Compensatory or penal in nature. Compensatory or penal in nature. What is the treatment? Treated as consideration or not treated as consideration? Not treated as consideration. When it is not treated as consideration, definitely GST not payable. Not treated as consideration. Suppose if it is others. Suppose if it is others, then treated as consideration. Treated as consideration. Treated as consideration. If it is others, it is treated as consideration. When it is treated as consideration, again divide into 2. Principal supply taxable. Principal supply is taxable. Then such charges received is also taxable. Such charges received is also taxable. Principal supply exempted. Principal supply is exempted. Then such charges received is also exempted. Such charges received is also exempted. Such charges received is also exempted. Clear? I am expecting a question on this for this attempt. That's why I gave you this detailed information. And because many students, when I see the examiner comments for the last attempts, many students did not properly write this, because in last attempt they have asked this, both the attempts, but students did not understand this aspect. So definitely they can make a question on this again. Done? You finish, make note of this. So with this we completed this chapter fully along with the circulars.